Going down, 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 burning things fire.
Yo, that might have been it.
Hey, burn, burn, burn.
Damn, did I hit my target?
Are you short?
Damn, it hit $72,050. Damn, wicked right to me. Took care of my order on my short. Sold 72,050 American bucks on the short. Sold. Damn, man, they need to put an auto reverse button on this thing. Damn, what a sell.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, family? Got my beauty sleeping.
I stayed up, sniped them right between the eyes.
Job.
Problem is, it went up so damn quick right after I got out. I couldn't flip long.
You don't always got to catch both sides of the trade, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always fun, but it's not mandatory.
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get back in it here, hopefully.
Chat, what's the deal? I hope nobody got hit over the head too hard with this shit. We did stay up all night last night calling this out. Unable to get above that 50. Fractal played out with the quickness. Currently missed the bottom by about $50. You know, I have to excuse me. I'll try to do better next time.
Yo, D, that might have been it.
Might have been it. The first thing I heard when I got out of the shower, bro. I was laughing my ass off. The TV
Yeah,
was on with the channel. I popped out of the shower and I heard that could have been it. I was like, oh shit. Bears are freaking strong, man. Bull's gonna need to step it up or things are gonna go left quick. Take a quick rewind to what we've been watching for the past, God knows how long. Remember we warned that when we lost that 2-week 50, we would see that capitulation, right? Right as we lost it. Only thing that's holding us now is that resistance and support resistance flip. But same thing, right? Same thing we did when we broke the last time. Same shit with the Gaussian channel. Breaking the Gaussian channel, you make a beeline for the midpoint. Break the Gaussian channel, a beeline for the midpoint. Ichimoku, once it breaks into the cloud on the 2-week, goes right through it. In the process of doing that now. 1 week, we lost the Gaussian channel. Quick capitulation. Lost the Gaussian channel. Quick capitulation. Lost the cloud. Capitulation. Lost the cloud. Capitulation. Retested the 50 EMA. Capitulated. Retested the 50 EMA. Capitulated. There's a reason why we were so annoying about this shit for months. So now the question is, do we accumulate at this SR flip? Put in some sort of flag, put in some sort of local high before rolling over? Or do they push it to where we lose that 200 EMA on the weekly? It's a wrap after that. Even if everybody isn't where they want to be dollar-wise in here, and I don't know anybody's positions, I'm just assuming, but we can't complain that we didn't manage to get through this safely. Because if you've been taking heed to the drops, then you're way less underwater than you would be, in my opinion, if you were in another channel. We've been killing this shit on the way down and up.
Man, you couldn't get no better than this.
I hope not. I mean, I hope I can. But I'm quite happy with that call. Yeah, this is what we were looking at last night, Wizard. That fractal. We're in the dead gap zone between US and China. If whales want to make a move here, there's going to be little to no resistance. Top of the morning, the double. Yeah, she played out. Unfortunately, this wasn't my, not exactly what I wanted to happen, but just
Someone
can't deny
sounded
the
well
way it
rested.
looked. Oh man, I had the best sleep. I literally closed my eyes, blinked, and I was awake. Like, I don't even remember moving, bro. I don't remember falling asleep. It was just lights out. We need batteries, bro. Somebody's got to come up with human batteries. Just leave a set charging when yours run down. Just switch them out.
That's scary. What happens when your batteries explode, man?
It's a risk I'm willing to take. It would be nice to have a fixed time to give alerts on this type of thing, RH, but crypto market doesn't stop. Right? This developed at 7 o'clock in the morning last night. 6 o'clock in the morning last night.
Think about that sentence right there.
I know, right?
Seven o'clock in the morning last night.
It's only nighttime. I mean, it's still nighttime until I go to sleep. I went to sleep last night at 8 o'clock in the morning at night.
Nighttime somewhere, huh?
Yeah, I'll see you in an hour or two. Good night.
I mean, I'm not.
You still short?
It's the same as this weekend here. I mean, it's the same as this drop that we had. Right. This night, I also stayed up till 6 in the morning when we were looking at that big drop. I just can't. If I'm gonna go to sleep, I have to have an idea of what price is gonna do over the next 6 hours. When there's money on the line, a couple nights of lost sleep make up for, fine. People work double shifts and shit like that all the time in actual professions, so sometimes you have to.
For a second there, it looked like we built a bull flag. I mean, a bear flag, and we were about to break out of it.
We have to let price prove this. RH, I feel you, brother. What I try to do is make sure that all the information you need is on the chart, no matter what time you come to it. For those people that can't be here all the time.
Are you still feeling confident on a fill of the CME gap, or is that fading by the day?
Nah, I mean, it's not going to fade until we lose the macro. As long as we're holding this macro, that's my target. As long as we're holding support. We lose support, yeah, all bets off, anything above it.
I just got my hands on one of those Trezor black things, cold storage devices.
Oh, nice.
Getting that ready for bear market lows.
Yeah. Lock it up, store it away.
Have you been reading all this stuff about Epstein being possibly being Satoshi?
It's so dumb.
Of another bunch of crap.
Yeah.
Just because
You
there's a few
gotta get some
references
FUD somehow, right?
in the files and where he was intrigued by it and contacted some developers over it. People, of course, other social media pages, they'll start like making fake posts about it just to get clicks and exaggerate it.
Put it
And
like
people run with it, man. People
put it like
people
this: somebody living the life that he lived, with the amount of money that he has, and the amount of privacy that he demands. How could he not be interested in this technology? Like, this is a man that literally has the top thought leaders come and talk to him about shit he's interested in.
Jeffrey tried to get his hands in everything, man. Every field. Like, if anyone had any power in anything, he tried to network with them. That was his job, basically. It's
Here's that rotation chart you were asking for. We have never left the overlap phase for any extended period of time. This is where we lived when things were the most bullish. Money flows in Ethereum, but it struggles to keep up with Bitcoin. Ethereum goes back and forth with Bitcoin and starts performing it. Problem is that it never outperformed Bitcoin for an extended period of time, right? Which means that it never opened up the possibility for the next phase overlap where money started to trickle into large caps. If it doesn't trickle into large caps, then it's not going to trickle into all the rest of the alts. So we got stuck right here. Which is why for the past year I've been screaming, do not get in front of your skis on alts. We're not there yet on a rotation. Bitcoin, Ethereum, if you want to get in front of it a little bit, you could grab some large caps to try to front run the rotation. That never happened, by the way. But that would have been, in my opinion, the only safe way to sort of look at it. The problem is that everybody came down here and loaded their bags. And then we never got the rotations, right? Money never flowed. Money flowed from Bitcoin into Ethereum into gold and silver, basically. Just wasn't enough money, guys. Bitcoin dominance living above 50 meant half of the money, at the very least, half of the money that was in crypto was sitting in Bitcoin, which only leaves the other half to share within 10 million coins. Right? So we never saw the strong rotation that leads to the spillover. And it taking as long as it did is what made me put my alt profits into silver. It made me put my gold profits into silver. That wasn't the plan originally. I would have loved to buy a bunch of low cap alts, but we just didn't get that. And then time ran out. Time is the king. The time for the cycle is the king. Everything can exist within the cycle, but it has to exist within the time constraints. And we didn't do it. We failed.
Hey, Dbloc, do you mind showing the macro support one more time? I don't have that on my chart.
Yeah. We're talking about our old tops here. But if you scroll it all the way back, it gives us our ATH 2020. And then our longest consolidation broke out, held, and again, or at least holding temporarily.
That ranges from 69 to 72.9.
From like, if you take the very top of the wicks from like 74 to 68, it's more of a range. If you look at it on the monthly.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Like I said, we got a vector recovery inside that range.
Yeah. So here's the here it is on a cleaner chart. And then this is the trade. Currently. Stop losses at the break of support. Yeah, that's true, Fly. I mean, but the problem is that, like, you know, people don't understand the way institutions buy. They just don't have all the money in the world, and they wake up in the morning and say, let's take a risk on H bar today. Right? These buys have to be approved by the board. What that translates to is the board at BlackRock was never gonna give them the permission to buy your shitcoin. We're just gonna be real. Right? That shitcoin, this 5,000th on the list, couple $100,000 market cap or whatever that you're waiting for the 100x, won't even be mentioned in that board. Where it'll be mentioned is social media. And if retail has no interest, then they won't see it. And even if they did have interest, think of it like this. There was 2-3 months of the bull market left. Let's say all the retail in the world hears about your fancy coin. That shit's not listed on any exchanges. They've got to get hot wallets. They've got to go to dexes. They've got to add money, move money. You've got to teach retail to do all of this shit within 2 months just to be able to buy your bag. And the closer we got to the end, the less probable that type of thing was to happen. We want to get above this macro structure break before the end of the day, y'all. One hour and 7 minutes.
LMAO, what's the? Oh, it went exactly to it.
I was just laughing because it came down to here and then it wicked to just catch the last little piece of it. So I was like, what the hell?
That's funny. I sold my short at 70,000 and then $50, 7050.
Good shit.
And like this last night, I was like, are they really going to make it that easy? They damn sure did.
It wasn't an easy call, man. We just happened to be looking at the right things. I guarantee you the majority of everybody else got this one wrong.
Well, I mean, the fractal was easy because even the other night when we were on her before the fractal even existed, we were looking at that. I was like, that sure does look like a M.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between an M and a $4,000 drop, though.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. Anyway, I'm starting to build along now. Yeah, man, we're gonna need to reverse that fractal, man.
I mean, it's the third time it plays out. 3 drops to the bottom. Perfect fractals. I haven't even pulled the first one. Look at this.
How far back do you go on your fractals?
Just to where it matches, basically.
What is this next coming fractal looking like?
I'm trying to line it up as perfect as I can. Then it just slightly morphed, but shit.
You ever seen the fractal patterns on that Mandelbrot set?
What happened?
There's a set. It's like an equation. I think it's called the Mandelbrot set.
Hmm.
And when you graph it, it creates an image of a fractal that you can infinitely zoom into, and it's got like repeating patterns
Yeah,
for
yeah,
like infinity.
yeah. Like a snowflake inception.
Yeah, pretty much. I wonder if Bitcoin operates in that way, the same way. I'm pretty sure the whole universe does, right? But I wonder how that would translate into charting.
The reason the fractals play out is because this fractal the reason that they play out is because fractals are emotions. Right? Original drop comes down. People are fighting the drop. They're buying the dip. Whales are attacking the sell. You finally get the lows. Right? W pattern. People start to buy back in at the higher low. Price comes up. Every time you fail that higher high, sentiment gets worse and worse and worse. And then you fail to even take it out. You start rejecting off the 50 EMA. And then emotions capitulate. Especially when you've got tons of liquidations underneath. Right? Emotions are the catalyst, liquidations are the fuel. But this is a subset of emotions. And as long as we're human and as long as we're, we're the ones trading, then those fractals will continue to play out. If you're in the same environment. I said yesterday that this fractal came to me not by sight, but by feeling. The reason I looked for this fractal is because it felt the same. And then I noticed it looked the same once I pulled it. But going through the same range of emotions was the heads up. Which is why even if you become a robot, you need to leave some space to feel, because you need to know what everybody else is thinking. I know it sounds like some foo-foo pseudoscience, but It's the only way I know how to explain it.
What is everybody thinking right now then? Like we are oversold, we need to go up, we need a break, or
Same thing we were thinking on yesterday's dip and the day before. Probably a slightly bigger crowd in the bearish camp, right? Because you keep sort of taking away their dreams, ripping away their dreams, you know, right from under them.
Yeah, it feels like the last 3 days in a row we've had W patterns just fail and dump over and over again.
I told you guys, once we got underneath that 50, we're officially in technical bear market territory, which means your bearish playouts on patterns have the higher percentage. Right, so where before when we were bullish, W patterns had the higher percentage to play out. A W pattern invalidating is the highest probability when you're upside down like this. Right, the same way as when you're super bullish, an M pattern invalidating is more often than it playing out. Right, because you're bullish. When you flip the chart, it switches. Right? M patterns become the higher probability play. W patterns are the ones you have to watch closely. Not that they don't, they just have a higher percentage chance of breaking bearish because of the environment.
Just based on the whole macro environment.
Yeah, yeah. You just have to switch your thinking a little bit once you're in that zone. And it's not much. The percentages changed between like 74% chance to break up, and then that turns to a 64% chance in the opposite direction. It's like a 10% difference.
On another note, hate to change the subject, but on the daily chart, I don't know if you look at the MACD and the RSI, but we have lower lows on price and higher lows on momentum, like a bullish divergence forming on the daily.
Pseudo, the measured move was there before the fractal. The fractal was confirmation. We were literally up here still trying to get above the 50 EMA last night when we called this out. Yeah, I stopped out at 3.6 and my order had picked up at 7.2. Just now, actually. Yeah, it's easy to go back and sort of like cherry pick stuff. I know what you mean, for sure. Like explaining why something happened instead of beforehand. The fractal that I see playing out, the reason that I'm still involved in this trade, I'll show you. New high, higher high, lower high, capitulation, break support, takes out the highs. Higher high, high, higher high, lower high, capitulation, breaks level, takes out top. high, higher high, lower high, capitulation, breaks the level, makes new high. Validation, breaks the level. High, higher high, lower high, consolidation, breaks the level, macro support. That's the thesis from my current trade.
So she's ready to rip.
That this sweep fractal will continue. Now, I'm not expecting, to be fair, not expecting a higher high. Right? In this case, the higher high would be an attempt to get above this level. Oop. Would be an attempt to get above this level. Right? Took out the lows, pop up, maybe reject, lower high or something, rolls over. If it does pop, I just want to be in position for it. 104, 108. Stop is right underneath. If it goes wrong, cool, got stopped out. No big deal. Right? You're sitting on macro support. That's the best asymmetric trade that you're going to find, which means you know exactly where your stop loss needs to go. Right? But it's not for the weak of heart. It's sketchy. Sketchy, super late cycle counter trend rally.
Looks solid, feels risky.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But like I tell y'all,
you
it
had to
never
put
feels like the right time to buy when it's the time to buy. Like never, ever, ever does it feel comfortable.
if you had to put like a time projection window on when we might test that high, when do you think that might happen by?
And like this is gonna be a month. Like if we haven't done this by the end of February, I think it's a wrap. It is very easy to sit here and consolidate and go boring for a month though. Right? And then at that point, what you're looking for is a sweep during that month of the liquidity that's above us. You go to the 15-minute. That's my thesis. That's my thesis, and I'm sticking to it. So what we're looking for, what you need is a break of the downtrend. Right? At the end of the day, what we're talking about here is my thesis that price doesn't just do this forever, right? Like we're not just gonna stay underneath this for the entirety of forever. At some point we'll pop, and macro support is a pretty good spot to do that. Right? So whether it comes down again, we don't know, right? But if we go back to look at the last time, what happened here? Right? Same fractal, We were at the 50 EMA on the 2-week. Where is the 2-week? Right, we're on 50 EMA on the 2-week. If we put it on the weekly and turn on our Gaussian channel, right, just like here, broke the Gaussian channel, came down to macro support, right, which is where we are right now. Broke, came down to macro support, ended up having, what was it here? Ended up having a, not huge, 20% bounce that finally capitulates and rolls over. But more importantly, it lasted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, about a month. So just going off of historical precedents, we're on our first week of that resistance. Does that mean that it can't bleed out and go and just give us? No, it obviously could, right? Things could happen, could just capitulate. But that's what our stops are for. So if this is going to play out similar to the way it did, which I sort of do expect it to. Remember, I told you these are emotions, right? Everybody's feeling the same emotions we were feeling here. Loss of hope. Will it get an all-time high? It doesn't. It falls. Now it held support. What are we going to do? Are we going to be able to push? Are we going to drop? It's the same exact sort of emotional environment. So if you take your bar pattern, okay, let's get fancy. You take this entire bar pattern, you guys following me?
Watch.
You see it?
Yeah, but isn't this fractal saying we don't get that flush to the upside?
There's a flush, just not a big one. It was 20%. 20% move from where we are right now. Gives us the retest of that range that I'm talking about. I think our rejection comes either from the bottom of the range or the top of the range. And remember, it doesn't have to follow to the T, right? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And this shit is humming a very familiar little ditty. So this section here is what I'm currently playing. We just came out of playing this section here. Right? We came down to 89. If we look at how it played out in the past versus how it played out this time, did we fall a little short? Yeah, we should have gone to at least 108, which was the base case. I mean 104, which was the base case, but we ended up rejecting off of that 50. Yeah, my position's already open, Tara, but I am scaling in if it goes lower. I'm willing to scale in all the way to my stop loss. '86, '87, '88 is where the fractal should sort of lend you or land you. Again, we're not meant to be doing this by, you know, but 20% drop or 20% move up from where we are now. If we get it from here, takes us to 86.4. 86.4 clears CME gap.
Yeah, I got the top of my CME at like 84 something.
Yeah. So I know it's a
320.
cluster, it's a mess. I know it feels tin hatty, but it all lines up for me. And this is the furthest thing from hopium or copium that I could get to, guys. This is just straight analysis. No hopes. I don't care one way or the other at this point. What I care about is catching the move or getting out of the way of the move. Being right is the last on the list. It's just kind of hard to get out of the way if you're not right, so being right is kind of important. I appreciate that, Emil. You stick around, brother, and I promise you, you can do the same thing. It's not magic.
It's a little magic.
There's a little fairy dust. When luck meets preparation, I guess, you know? That's the magic. Anytime, Brandon. I think the bear market is easier to learn how to trade personally. I'd much rather everybody learns how to trade during the bear market trading spot. And I know it sounds crazy to say that because price is for the most part going down. But what the bear market does is it's a more chill environment. And you don't have that thing in your head that says, oh, I don't want to take profit because if I take profit, what if this thing 10x's? Right? So I feel like for new people, it's easier for them to take profit during the bear because that expectation of, oh my God, Valhalla. You know what I mean? Like if I sell, I'm going to miss the Lambo. You don't have that. It's not the same. Banshees with the 50 gifties. W Banshees. Welcome to all the new members. Appreciate that, Banshee. It was looking kind of gray in here, bro. All these gray names starting to make my bones itch.
Banshee stays giving gifts.
Yeah, Banshees is the truth, bro. He's been killing it. I don't even got to see his portfolio to know he's been killing that shit. Appreciate you, man. If anybody received a gift, put some W Banshees in the chat. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're here 24 hours a day. You're a member now. You might as well make it official. We kind of go together for the next 30 months. 30 days. Banshees with another 50 gifted. Just making it rain on the chat.
Damn, son.
Big W's.
I think a little air horn is in order for that one.
You got that manual air horn.
Hey, we haven't done yet.
Get your ass up. That's the horn to wake up Emad when he's asleep.
I was trying to buy.
Banshees with another 20 gifted. Nah, you're just stunting, bro. Now you're just flexing on the chat. Appreciate the love, family. W Banshees, W community. You guys make the shitty price action way more tolerable.
It's nice to be able to sell and not see the price go up, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially with the disappointing bull, for me at least.
Kind of scrape back some of those, you know, scrape back some of those earnings before the bottom of the bear. All right, so subtle flex. Terry said, "Missed my entry while feeding my horses." Talk your shit, Terry. Damn right. Horses ain't cheap. Fear and Greed is at 17.
Amazing.
I think some people were wondering last night, Dbloc, when you went to bed, you had some on the right side of your screen, you had some like trades popping up.
Those were large orders. I should have turned it off. I know it probably killed the dominant screen for a little while. Those are large orders that come in. I have them filtered on Bookmap. So yeah, when it dropped, I'm sure that shit just went crazy on the right side. I saw it when I got up. I was like, oh damn.
Yeah, they were going pretty crazy.
Oh shit, you thought they were my orders? Damn. I know I must have been bugging. See.
Yeah, we thought it was some sort of like auto trading bot or something, like setting orders for you while you were sleeping.
Funny. Nah, I don't think metals are done, Pseudo. I don't think metals are done. They would very much like for metals to be done. They very much need metals to be done. But we're going to watch something tonight when it gets a little later and we go to Crypto After Dark. There's another little thing I want to watch with y'all about gold. Things are getting spicy.
We've been watching videos in here?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Man, I'm missing the fun, dude.
During the bear market, there'll be a lot more of that. There'll be more time. A couple of things I really want to watch with y'all. A couple of things I've been trying to get y'all to watch on your own, and you haven't, so I'm going to force you to watch that shit. Well, unless you leave, of course. Yeah, I think it's going to be a regular part of Cypher School. Remember being in homeroom and the teacher, you waiting for the teacher to come in and she rolls in that TV on the cart and you're like, oh shit, movie day.
Heck yeah.
Oh shit, we get to just watch some movies today. Let's go.
Put on that Bill Nye.
Well, Birds and the Bees. Like, oh boy.
Magic school bus?
Good night, H. Wait, good night. What time is it for you? You just live a life of leisure, huh? H is like, I'm tired of being fanned by palm leaves. I'm going to go rest. Oh, okay. It is late. Yeah, go to bed. My time is all screwed up. Don't forget to brush your teeth.
Overrated.
That's disgusting. Bro. 5 feet away when you talk, bro.
It's inefficient.
Funny.
Keep that efficiency about 6 feet away.
No problem.
We somehow end up above the 50 on the 2 week. The candle closes. Yeah, I mean that would show that something is different here. 1000%. If we were to close above that 50 on the 2 week, we have to admit that we're looking at something different. Yeah, right now we're trying to get above our macro structure here, yo. And we're running out of time to do it, actually.
You mean something like CZ and his super cycle?
Or some sort of right translated top, or, you know, either way, I don't expect anything more. My highest level 150 doesn't change. That's if we break, have a left translated cycle, put in a random new top. It would be very similar to what we did here. I hate that my brain works like this, but be very similar to what we did here. Right, we broke, we came down. If we look at the weekly, right, price came down, hit the top of the Gaussian channel, the same way that we did. Held on that support where we are now. Right, so this is already a 50% drop. Most people are already convinced that the bear market had started here. Look at the 2 week. Okay, we were at the 50 EMA. I hadn't broken it yet, but we were there. Came down and held. This dead cat bounce, which we all expected to be a dead cat bounce and then a rollover to a capitulation. Basically what we did here, right? We thought that we were here when we were here. That dead cat bounce went higher than it was supposed to and put in a slightly higher high just to then roll over. The only difference is that time-wise, we weren't at the end of the bull market here yet. Right, that's a big, big difference, because if we turn on our 4-year cycle indicator, right, this was the end. This was early. So there was still time left. This wasn't right translated, right? But it did put in a new high when people thought it wasn't possible, and it was just a slightly new high. And the high, if we look at how much more we ended up getting from, really wasn't much at all. 7%, 6%. But not the most likely scenario. Possible, right? We've got historical precedents for it. The only difference is that we weren't where we are now time-wise. Right? We're at the end. We're here. The biggest that I would hope for here, and this is being extreme in my opinion, is that 108. The support resistance flip. Resistance turned into support, turned again into resistance, would give us the most beautiful, head and shoulders. That's about the extent of what I expect from this trade. At the top limits, right? It could be way lower. We could actually just hit right here, or we could just reject off the bottom of this range. Makes sense. Even if we don't get this right shoulder, any high will just put in that M pattern. So the measured move is the same. And even if it only comes down to here, you just got an M pattern, M pattern, M pattern, M pattern, head and shoulders. So the measured move would be the same. Where does that take us? 43.44. Where's 43.44? 2026 bear market bottom. 44.137.
But don't you think we could also go down to the test the level that we broke out from, like that 30K range somewhere there?
Possible.
We've never retested it.
There's no telling what's going to unwind during the bear market. If we get enough of these Bitcoin treasury companies to unwind, then yeah, you can go way lower than that. Yeah,
So how do we
Neve.
liquidate Michael?
He's not going to get liquidated. You could just forget about that. He's got more than enough money to stay afloat. Yeah, it's the same measured move from the poll, Neve.
He's at 2 billion in unrealized losses right now.
Yeah, but he's got a 7-year cash reserve to where they can pay all the dividends for all the shareholders for the next 7 years without having to sell any Bitcoin. Which is quite a good spot to be in.
Someone was in here the other day when you weren't here, and they kept going on about how Michael Saylor's being liquidated would be the thing that drives us down so far. Like, dude, like that's not even going to happen. Like,
nah, I mean, if you don't think Michael Saylor stayed up at night thinking about every possibility on how shitty things could go and what he has to do to sort of defend against it. And yeah, exactly, Venus. He's not leveraged. So the only time crunch that he has is paying back the loans, and that's on a 5-year float.
yeah.
So, I mean,
I know you remember how big of a topic this was the last bear market too. People kept saying he's going to liquidate it around 21K or what number it was. Yeah. It was this rumor people kept on spreading.
To be fair, it was probably a better argument back then where we hadn't seen him perform during a bear, you know what I mean? Yeah. But we saw him hold it together. We saw shareholders not leave, right? We saw them trust him and sit through underwater on their shares without freaking out. Other companies don't. These other Bitcoin treasury companies, they don't have Michael Saylor. They don't have Michael Saylor shareholders. Right? Michael Saylor shareholders are already very well educated on the cycle, what to expect, why it's nothing to worry about. And Michael Saylor's die hard, nothing could shake him. But if you replace him with another CEO, or you replace those shareholders with another group of people, it's not going to end up the same, right? There's going to be emergency shareholder meetings left and right. CEOs are going to be forced to either get rid of assets or to sell out, right? You're going to see, in my opinion, hostile takeovers. You're going to see the larger Bitcoin treasury companies pick up the smaller Bitcoin treasury companies for pennies on the dollar. Big fish eat little fish.
What are you thinking about alts? Since they're already so low, how low can they even go
Much
if they've
lower.
already been in a bear for so long?
Much lower, unfortunately, because alt's true value is their Bitcoin value. Right? Alt's true value is what they're valued against Bitcoin. If Bitcoin hasn't even started its capitulation phase yet, then yeah. Thing about alts is you can go down 80% and still go down 90% from that 80%.
That's so crazy to me.
You know what I
I
mean?
saw someone reputable the other day saying that you could see ETH as low as 200. Like,
I'll show you what I'm looking at for ETH.
If ETH is at 200, I'd do some crazy things for some cash. Just putting it out there.
I mean, they weren't spitting it out either. They were showing what they had on the chart. I mean,
Yeah,
Interesting choice of words.
this is what I'm looking at for ETH.
Thank you.
Wait, this isn't my ETH chart at all.
what did ETH reach last time? Like 900, something like that. I don't remember.
750.
750. Okay.
What was it? 850. Sorry, like 870-ish, something like that. This is not the chart that I
So
want.
close. I think Solana got down like what 2010, something like that. Maybe $10.
Like 7, I think.
7? Okay. Yeah, I'm obviously spitting round numbers here. I didn't realize it was that low. Yep.
Yeah, it was low, bro. I remember that. We were in the old Discord, and this one guy, he longed it from like 7 with a lot of money. He made a good amount. He wrote it to like 10 or 11, I think.
Yeah, I know someone from the Helium community that runs Mocha store. It's like a crypto mining hardware store. He scooped up a bunch of Sol around $10, and he staked it. He made a lot. He made millions off of it.
Is his name Brandon?
His name is JD. He works for Mocha.io, or what used to be called HeliumDeploy.com. He probably still has that link.
Okay.
He made his first millions off of Doge, and then just turned it into more, I guess.
This is ETH and ETH's current fractal. Right. This is from last bear market drop. We fell short. Right, we fell out of that consolidation earlier. Should have gone up to 382, or at least that's what it did last time. Breaking this macro support here is what ends up bringing us down, in my opinion. There's a very good chance that we get not exact, but very close to last year's entries, for the simple fact that we double topped. Right, so if we get the same drawdown, or if we get some slightly diminished returns on the drawdown, then maybe we're talking 1200, mid 15s instead of 8. This tends to go very quickly once it goes. Ethereum doesn't really stick around and bullshit for too long.
Didn't this have a 20% like Bitcoin? What you're saying?
What was that?
That 20% that Bitcoin that you're hoping, like you're trading for, ETH doesn't have that.
Yeah, I mean, ETH could hold and pop, but it didn't last time. Right, it just bled through. I mean, I guess
We talked about.
I guess you could say that it had a. Well, there is a 20% retrace there from the low. But it rejected off of the SR flip and then just continued.
I was gonna say, have we talked about Jeffrey? Have we talked about Jeffrey and Bitcoin yet?
Yeah, this is a bunch of bullshit.
It's a bunch. You said a bunch of BS.
Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit.
So he's not Satoshi.
No, he's not Satoshi.
Hey, I mean, come on.
Nah, it's a good story. I mean, it's a good story. I'm here
I
for
hate that we
the.
live in a reality where so much misinformation so easily spreads around, and there's no objective truth anywhere. Where even this conversation is happening that he might be Satoshi is just bad enough.
I told you
I mean, I'm just
that's
dicking
my
around, but
main.
like,
That's my main conspiracy theory. Right, my overarching conspiracy theory that explains everything, in my opinion, is how much time we spend in the dark, right, as humans, from before the Enlightenment, right, in the Dark Ages, and then so-called Enlightenment, where they told us a couple things, and now we feel like we're all the, but generations and generations and generations of being in the dark, right, having to be at a certain level to know certain things, having to count on the smartest person in the room to tell you what they think is the truth, and then we got the internet, and we got everything just dropped on our laps, and they panicked. Right? They can know everything now. So how do you stop them? You flood the zone. Right? You want information? Here's information. Right? They flood the zone. There's so much shit you don't know what to believe. Right? Keep everybody divided, everybody separate, then sprinkle AI into the mix.
Oh gosh.
And in one generation, they've taken us all the way back to the dark.
Yep.
What they need to do is bring back the habit of having everyone verify their own information instead of just blindly believing what they spoon feed you.
But
Yeah.
that's not going to happen. Like people love the drama of the internet, and they're addicted to
And they
these.
like
The more
Good.
entertaining story is what people want to believe, bro. The most
If you go into
entertaining
reality-
it'd
outcome,
be
you know.
super cool though if Epstein was Satoshi. Like everybody here would be like, "Yo."
no.
I don't know if
It
it'd be
wouldn't
cool.
make
That's
sense.
not
Cool.
necessarily the poster child that I want for.
Exactly. I'm kind of
It's
upset
also
with myself
entirely
for
unrealistic.
believing.
If let's say so he's a CIA asset or Mossad asset either
Mhm.
way, right? And you're not going to have the same asset controlling the marketplace for things that shouldn't, you know, also being the one that's in charge of developing cryptocurrencies. It's
It makes perfect sense to me why somebody like Epstein would want to get involved with Bitcoin. It doesn't mean he created it. It just means that he understood
Yeah.
the use case because he would really like to hide his payments.
Yeah,
Kind
yeah,
of like the whole
certainly.
Silk Road thing.
That, and he got his hands involved in a lot of scientific stuff. He tried to get
Like-
Yeah,
a lot.
PayPal Mafia, all of that shit has connections.
Like I don't think it's unrealistic to say that he utilized Bitcoin or utilized cryptocurrencies to operate the way he did. I think it's unrealistic to think that he's both the head of that one ring and also the head of essentially the cryptocurrency revolution, right? It just I think it's too much to put on one person's plate when you're already dealing with something that's so
Well, he has so much money and contacts and so many scientific projects and whatnot that it would be like, well, he's the head of all of them then, because he tried to network with all these people.
Yeah, if we go down the line with every expert he ever met with, then he's in charge of medicine. He's literally been at the head of every major development in the. You just can't use that sort of mentality.
He met if you were powerful in LA, if you're powerful in New York, if you're powerful in West Palm Beach, he knew you. He met you at least. He shook your hand one time.
It's like you know how they talk about the degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon. It's probably like 2 degrees of separation that everybody powerful has from Jeffrey Epstein, if not 1.
That used to be Bill Murray, actually. Sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. You please.
I like 2 separations.
That shit wouldn't make me feel any better about having my name on that list, though. But let me tell you, because like we were just talking about, people don't care about nuance.
No, I keep seeing John Jones name everywhere, and he's only in the files because the dude bought his pay-per-view and sent it in the email.
That's funny.
But people keep posting John Jones in that. They don't include the information of how he's in it. They just say he's in it, and people are like, "Oh, he's a this, he's a that." They just run with it. That's what's so dangerous.
Bro, I'm in the files, bro.
RH with the big 14-month membership. WRH.
Right, I'm now beginning to understand why you don't brush your teeth anymore.
Because I'm in the files, I don't brush my teeth. Make that make sense.
You ain't got time. You're too busy running.
Excuse me.
Bro,
Yeah,
wild.
definitely not a list I want to be on.
He said that so proud too.
I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun. I miss you guys.
Wouldn't you rather believe Michael Saylor was Satoshi Nakamoto? I mean, he holds the rest of the Bitcoin. That's why he's so confident.
Somebody in YouTube chat said, at least we know he's dead. That's a good point. At least if it was Epstein, we would know. You have you heard about the what came out of the documents that he might still be alive? Did you see that part?
I have.
That's crazy,
What did that
bro.
say? What did
Actually,
that say?
what's worse about that is there's more credibility to that claim if you look at it than there is a bunch of the other stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what's wild about that. And
it was a post. It was a post on the day he died. It was an anonymous post, and it said that the title of it was "They switched him out," and they said that they moved him from his room. At a time where there usually isn't any movement, there was a transport van that showed up to the jail at the time when nobody gets transported, and this all happened on the same day. And then they dug into the poster, and they found who the poster was, and he's an actual corrections officer in the jail.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
They were looking to get at him, if you will, because this is all done behind the scenes. Like, we wouldn't have found this out if this didn't come out. You know?
Yeah. This movie is going to be ridiculous, by the way, y'all. Whenever this movie finally comes out, if it comes out, it's going to be nutty.
What movie?
There's a lot more crazier stuff than this and that too. There's the George Bush eating babies.
Oh my god, bro, it's ridiculous. No, it's bad, bro.
Connects back to QAnon and Pizzagate and and the thing about that is that wasn't in an email, that wasn't in a hotline tip, that was in a document.
Yeah.
Document.
What do you mean document?
A government, like an actual official document, not just a hotline tip, not just
like a court proven, like a court proven.
Someone actually came to them with that officially. Like they actually testified, or what do you call it?
Yeah, it's under oath testimony, under oath versus just a call into a hotline.
Can I do that?
Some of the back and forth emails are really bad too. Like some of the back and forth emails are like,
yeah, dude.
The problem is that the emails are out of context a lot of times. We can't tell what his intentions were with his emails.
Even but some of them are really bad, bro. Like some of them are very obvious. Like, hey, you got one for me? Send me a picture.
Oh, yeah, you mean those. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, where it's like, I'm coming over. You're going to have some girls for me? Send me some pictures. Oh, that one's kind of skinny.
Take those, line them up with Hillary Clinton's emails, and then some of the spirit cookies and all the stuff in that. And maybe go from, Anthony Weiner's emails too, which matches those.
Yeah, the Weiner files they got. Yup.
They're all a bunch of filthy McNasties, bro.
All that stuff lines up together.
Did you see that website that somebody made with all the emails? It's like fake Gmail, and you can kind of scroll through and like act like you're logged to his email and read everything.
I think it's called Jmail.
Yep, jmail.world.
The fact that Pizzagate is verifiable beyond just like a 4chan dump is pretty crazy.
Start looking
back. What's your username? Guy who just said that. What's your username?
Who, me?
No, you said Beyond Imaginable Pizzagate. What's your username?
Depends on who's asking.
That's you. You. What is your username?
What is your name?
Let's hold these.
No, it's not. No, I'm trying to. I know what you're trying to do. I'm too young for you to get me on that stuff.
I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. I gotta grab a drink.
No, because I used to be into that stuff, and then I was like, yeah, there's no way. I'm crazy. People told me, like, bro, you're insane for thinking this stuff. And now there's just more stuff coming up. So now I'm like, what the hell?
I didn't know that the dude, the dude that like shot at Comet Ping Pong got shot in a traffic stop not that long ago.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, he died 2 days after the traffic stop.
He wasn't locked up. I didn't know that.
I think he got released.
It's crazy.
I can't remember. Yeah, so like it's kind of crazy that you would release that guy, and then that he would get pulled over in a traffic stop, and now he's dead. And then the Wiener files too. That like the nine, I think it was like 7 out of 9 of the cops that investigated his laptop are dead.
Are we talking about the Hillary Clinton eat the face off it? Never mind. See that one here.
Yeah, yep. Well, so because they were told they were given a search warrant for everything but the Hillary Clinton email backup files, and then yeah, like I think it's like 7 out of 9 of those cops are now
It's
have
9 out of 12. It's 9 out
died
of 12.
by suicide allegedly.
Is that real?
Yeah, to an extent it is. Yes.
So that's like a fact. That's like a fact. That's not like, you know.
Well,
The only thing I don't know
I-
is the exact number of people of the cops that have killed themselves. That's
yeah, I'm not sure if that part is 100%, but it was something out of 9 or 9 out of something. It was one or the other. I can't
No,
remember.
because I'm telling you,
The content of the video is so bad
to
that I don't
research
want to
this
repeat it on
stuff.
here.
I used to research this stuff a while ago, like 3 years ago.
Oh yeah, dude, I
this was like, this is
like
kind of
right at the
insane to
beginning.
believe.
And I thought, and like I was like, oh well, it's a psyop. They're just seeing who they can, get to go. Like once that dude shot up the pizza place, it was kind of like, oh well, that's a lot,
Thing is, even if he's crazy, it doesn't mean he's wrong.
Yeah, that pizza shop's a little weird too. The whole little area. But
We've all been by there. We've all had to walk by it.
Did you guys see that
I've been
about?
That's not true, Christian. You need to
Y'all see
dig
how
into
they were
that a
like
little deeper.
harvesting blood from scared babies and drinking it or something?
There's no way.
All right,
that's
we're getting
real.
to like
I'm
YouTube
saying.
non-friendly territory.
Yeah,
If
we can't
y'all
see
want to
it.
jump down to another room and go over the files, you can, but we're tripping out
Yeah.
right now.
That's why I wouldn't bring up the content of that video to you guys. Because you can't say these things.
Someone want to hop down there in like 5 minutes?
On a more positive note, Infinity1618 was asking about what are the criteria for a breakout and retest of a neckline on the W or M pattern?
You want to retest, right? You want volume to come in on the breakout, and then when it retests the neckline, you want to see a large amount of volume come in to show that traders are stepping in.
Gotcha.
It's not your fault, Wizard. It's the way it's being put out there. That's how they're trying to spin it. It's a more entertaining story. And 10,000 other people, Christian. Just another rich guy who saw the value of Bitcoin early. Whenever everybody's talking about the same thing, I have a natural reaction that wants to look and see what everybody's ignoring right now. 'Cause everybody's on the same page right now.
Probably the Iran stuff.
some news anchor's mom got
Yeah, that's a
kidnapped.
crazy story, bro.
That's so weird.
News anchor's mom, I guess she's senile. She wandered off. She was lost, and then somebody contacted TMZ and asked for 30 million in Bitcoin or 60 million in Bitcoin, something crazy, to get her back. But there's no evidence that they actually have her. It could just be somebody that's, you know, somebody that's trying to pull a quick little lick. But yeah, it's a crazy story. Thought about my grandma. I woke up one day and my grandma wasn't in the house, yo. I lost my shit. Over the whole neighborhood looking for her. Called the cops. As soon as I called the cops, they were like, they put me on hold and they said that they had just got a record, or they just got a report of an old lady. She was like 4 houses down, sitting on somebody's porch. I can't even tell you what that felt like, so I can imagine what she's going through. This is a woman that it takes me half an hour to get her up out of bed, into the bathtub, right, or into the bathroom. But when people with dementia, they get those manic episodes, it's like her body just works. Got up, opened the door, unlocked the door, locked the door behind her. Like a moment of clarity. Weird. But yeah, super scary. Taking care of somebody that has type of issues.
Your father's brother or your?
My mother's mother.
She's not helping.
What happened?
Your mother's helping also.
Yeah, of course. The family effort. My grandma's dementia made her feel like my mom was somebody else. So they can't they don't live together. Freaked out. I'm like the only person in the family that grandma doesn't freak out about. So it kind of landed on my shoulders. When I first came from New York, when my mom was taking care of my grandmother, first of all, my mother was hella stressed out. But going through all of my grandma's stuff, she had put every knife in the house in a drawer underneath her bed. And she was hiding it because that weird lady that's in the house, she didn't trust her. And like, that's your daughter. You know what I mean? You know how that has to feel like when your parents don't remember you? It's horrible. Or they're scared of you on top of it to make it even worse. Like, that's rough. But she's gotten a lot better since then. Relationship with mom is cool now.
She never remembers her?
No, now they're cool. This was like when she was at her worst. Oh, wow. They go through those manic phases, right? They'll go through like straight clarity, right? They'll remember everything, can sit and tell you stories, and then, you know, 1 second to the other. But for some reason, she always remembers me. She's never, knock on wood, never till now seen my face and not known who I was. So I take care of G-Block, Grandma Block.
That's one of my favorite things about you.
I wish I could take credit for it, but the way I was raised, it's a non-negotiable. She needs it, I'm there. You know what I mean? Like, so it has more to do with how they raised me than anything coming from me myself, I guess.
You gotta take care of your mama.
It's a cultural thing for us too. Like, we don't, and I don't have anything against it. I know some people need around the clock attention and they need to go to homes and stuff like that. But in my family, like, our elderly have always died right in the house in their bed where they live their life. I just hope she never gets to the point where I can't give her the care she needs, and we have to make that decision, because that'd be a really hard decision to make.
Hospice will become invaluable to you.
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible. I've been through it. It's an eerie place to be in.
Keep your brain sharp, man. There's ways to avoid these things, or at least to stave them off. With Grandma, was emotional. When Grandpa died, she flipped the switch. So it was, the catalyst was emotional, traumatic sort of thing. That happens a lot to people who are married for a long time. Then one goes, it's rough.
Yeah. I remember my father in the hospice. Oh, man.
Not easy. Emil with the Cypher membership. Appreciate you, brother. Welcome to the family. She's strong as a bull, though. I'll tell you that much. I took her to her checkup the other day. 0 chronic illnesses, little inflammation, and just her mind. You know what I mean? But as far as her body goes, she's strong as hell.
She drank?
Never has. Not a day in her life. Never drank, never smoked. No types of drugs. Raised on a farm. Good, clean eating. You know what I mean? Like, old school.
This bear market, I will be raw dogging it without trading view premium.
Is that just because you're going to buy Bitcoin and sit on it and not do shit?
Man,
we don't need premium for that, baby. Load it up.
That's right.
Load up the truck.
I've been working on an indicator that combines all the EMAs. It combines a whole bunch of stuff so you can use the TradingView free.
I got my market cipher. I got like a few EMAs, so that's all I need. The only annoying thing is just the tab limit. That's annoying. And like the intervals, like I have all these custom intervals I have saved, and I click on them, and it's like you're too broke for this. You need to subscribe.
I need my second charts.
Yeah.
I just do. I need my second charts, and I need unlimited alerts.
I'm just sitting the limit orders, and I'm living the dream. LTD.
No. Inside.
Whatever happened to Keke?
Went the way of everything else. Hey, we did pull a 4x off of that shit, though. I'll never forget that call. Within 48 hours of that shit pulled a 4x.
It's crazy.
You want to look at it?
I had a negative X.
Yeah, Kelly, this price action is shitty right now.
Bear market.
It's because there's a 1 minute M pattern playing out right now.
Yeah, but I definitely do need to actually set my limit orders because I know I will kick myself if I don't. So next time I get paid, I'm gonna have to do that. Because like, remember October, was it October 10th when we had that huge capitulation or whatever it was, October 6th or whatever? That's when you learned about limit orders. That's like, wow, if you had limit orders. Now you got the bear market coming, or we're already in it.
Mm.
Limit orders.
This week has been crazy, yo. This week has been absolutely nuts. These 3 calls right here saved me and made me quite a bit of money. The big drop the other night that we got right to the measured move. The W pattern relief rally. And last night's drop. Super clutch.
It's crazy how the bear market only lasts a year, though.
We're already 20% through it. More than that now, probably
Yeah.
like 22% through it.
It's crazy. It's so crazy to me because it feels longer, and I think that's only because the quote unquote euphoric phase doesn't last that long. It's just like a long dragged out upwards trend.
What euphoric phase?
Yeah.
Quote unquote. I think we definitely got a euphoric phase. It just
No, we topped on blah.
dude, I think well the top was horrible. I agree with that. But before, during the election, with Donald Trump and his coin, and then the Solana trenches, like the trenches, that was like so unreal. And I'm like, I think I look back to how my life was during those times. It was just making money off the dumbest things and just making like literal like 50x, 100x, just off the stupidest things.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't even have to go that far. Jasmine 17x off the bottom, just off a simple buy and hold.
Yeah, like I remember Chill Guy. I wonder what happened to that. I remember Chill Guy. I had this like locked in alien coin for like 3 days. I made like, bro, I made stupid money off of that.
We had a popcorn bull market alt season. You know the old school when you used to put that silver popcorn thing on the stove and it would start to heat up, and then every once in a while you'd hear like pop, and then it'd be a little quiet.
Yeah.
Pop, pop. But right before everything, it's almost like you took it off the stove too early. And you take it off the stove too early and there's still a bunch of unpopped kernels in that shit. That's how it feels. If you were holding the right thing, or if you were quick enough to catch those pops when they pop, because they only lasted for a couple days. In the beginning, memes ran and they'd run for weeks. And then the second phase, they'd run for days. And then they'd run for hours. And like now, it's like you got 2 or 3 minutes. You got 2 or 3 minutes to take your profit before you get out of here. But if you were holding the right things and you got lucky and those happened to be the kernels that popped, then you had a really different bull market from everybody else.
Yeah.
On point with all these analogies all the time. It's crazy.
I was making popcorn the other night and I literally was thinking about it.
Dbloc, bro. Take a break.
I can't shut this shit off. I wish I could. You should have seen last night. Everybody's telling me go to bed. And I'm like, bro, no, this fractal there's something here and it's bugging me. And it wasn't until I found the fractal and dropped the measured move that I could then go to sleep. Same the other night when this dropped here. It was up to like 6 o'clock in the morning. Waiting for price to go back into the weekend trap. It wasn't until we started breaking and we pulled the measured move that I was able to then sort of go to sleep. And it's not even like I'm super heavily invested right now, right? Most of my shit is sitting safe in silver and a MicroStrategy short.
Nice.
But I just like to know, I like to feel like I have a good grasp on what the next 6 hours are going to look like before I go to bed. stovetop, Kelly. Gotta be stovetop. And it's gotta be kettle corn.
I love kettle corn.
You remember the first time you tasted it? Like, you remember after eating regular boring ass popcorn your whole life, somebody finally passes you a piece of kettle corn? That moment where you're like,
yeah.
what the hell?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where have you been
That's
my
when
whole
that
life?
Rihanna song played. Where have you been all my life?
I feel like my brother was like, "Yo, try this," and I was like, "Yo."
I don't care what kind of popcorn it is. I just want like one of those movie popcorn butter dispensers. That's all.
My toxic trait is that I butter kettled corn. I know it's bad.
Damn.
It's so good though.
Even as a carnivore, that sounds very intriguing. Like, that does. I can't, man.
You only eat meat?
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, get some popcorn, bro.
Maybe one day.
It's funny.
I'd eat
Cheat
pizza
day.
first.
Your hardcore cheat day would be like some kettle corn with butter.
It'd be pizza, then that for sure. Maybe some ice cream. Yeah.
Can I ask why you only eat meat?
Health.
I'm
It's a lot
about
of
90.
protein, bro.
I'm about 90% there. My carb intake is very, very low.
I have a lot of autoimmune conditions that it cured, and I don't want coming back. So, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to eat more carbs.
I really do think, I mean, it's different for everybody. That's why like one piece of advice doesn't fit for every human. I really think it depends on the people you evolved from. Some of us evolved from hunter-gatherers, or from from gatherers, and some of us evolved from hunters. So it's like, I think eating as close to your ancestral diet as possible is probably better. I mean, if you think we've evolved over all these years specifically on that specific diet, so knowing yourself, knowing where you come from, knowing the region you come from, knowing what the staples were in those regions, probably a good start. No, Scott, ban that guy. Block him and report him. If you want, send me a message, send a screenshot, and I'll report him too. That's a scammer. We don't do any copy trading. I don't endorse exchanges.
Well, looks like I might get to add to my.
Yeah, nah, that won't be me. That's why I always say it, because I want the scammers to stand out as obvious when they jump in your DMs. Who took the soul short yesterday? Or we were talking about it last night. I know somebody took it.
Yep, took the Bitcoin short.
Yeah, I was too tired to play it too, which is good because, like I said, I would have gone long into this. That's how I know my brain wasn't working right. Bro, everything about this drop, this candle here specifically last night was telling me, bro, just buy it, bro. Who cares if it's 7 o'clock in the morning? Screw your rules. This is an amazing trade. You're dumb if you don't take it. And I had to like literally fight it in real time. Like, if you don't shut your stupid tired ass up right now.
Man, you know we were going for that fractal last night.
This on Soul is bad, guys. Just so you understand. Let me clarify why and what I'm expecting here. If Soul can't climb back over this, if Bitcoin capitulates, first of all, then yeah, I'm looking at $28 to $20 Soul.
Damn.
For the bottom of the
buying
bear. That's my target. Yup.
Sound like a good deal.
I mean,
It's
look
way
at
too pumped.
look at this. None of this ever got retested, which is great if you're
I'm
in
wait-
it, right? It pumped and it held. But
I'm
this,
waiting for the discount.
yeah, me too. And it's not just Sol, right? Like, look at XRP, guys. Just close your eyes for a second.
50 cents.
12 cents.
See the issue?
Same thing. It just pumped. Crazy.
And it's already broken macro support. Loses this
More
800.
discount.
Yeah, if it loses this 200 EMA,
Ow.
and we're looking at like 64 cents at the least, in my opinion, for bottom of the bear, sorry.
Oh my god. That is real discount.
Yeah, that would give us from the tops. Yeah, that's about right. Most alts are going to do an 85% retracement from their highs. Most alts. Some will do even worse. Some will do 99%, 98%, 95%. But the things like in the top 20, right, you should be looking between 80 and 85% retracement from the tops. This is over the next year, guys. I'm not saying this is happening tonight, right? We're on a weekly chart right here.
Okay, so Dbloc, like I can understand why something like XRP or something like Solana would come down like 80-90%. It's because they've gone up a lot. But something that hasn't gone up in this Bitcoin bull, has just been going sideways at a bear market bottom. I just can't see how it would do something like 90%.
Give me a coin as an example.
I got you.
Avalanche.
All right, so let's look at AVAX.
Oh, Avalanche. What was the price for that? This is going to be nasty.
What stops price if it drops underneath $9?
Can we see fat coin?
And let's see, we're on the weekly. Let's put the 4-year cycle on. Yeah.
$1.
We're already at, for the most part, bear market bottoms. Now, I understand. Okay, so now let's look at this. You're right. On USD, we're already down at bear market bottoms. Now let's look at AVAX in its Bitcoin value, which is what the true value of these coins are, right? They're traded against their value in Bitcoin. Where is, turn that off. Right, so as far as Bitcoin value goes, you have some support right there, right? But what happens to that when we go into our bear market? If Bitcoin's capitulation still goes, and I expect another 50% drop underneath where we are for Bitcoin once it capitulates.
For Bitcoin, me too. Yeah.
So what happens to the value, right? If AVAX drops, it would, but if AVAX drops when Bitcoin drops.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right.
I just can't see how AVAX would just like.
Then you would end up getting like choppiness, in other words. Like price would come down, Bitcoin would drop too, AVAX would go up in its Bitcoin value, but it would continue to go down in its USD value.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not holding any more of like any alts really.
Yeah.
but like it's just like I like to think about these things.
For
And
more
then,
curiosity, can we see Fatcoin later?
yeah, I'll take a look at it right now.
Thank you.
And then the other fallacy is, well, we're already down 85%.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, we are, but from 85%, you could go down another 85%. Right? It's not like,
My.
oh, we're almost at 100, so we must be at the bottom. It's like, no, not necessarily, because when you pull this down, let's say it drops 92%, right? 93% or 90% instead of 85. And you're looking at a $6 AVAX, maybe a $5 AVAX.
No
Yeah.
way. Oh my god.
Others chart, like very like just nasty looking.
Let me look at Fartcoin. Fartcoin is a new cycle coin, right? So it worse than the others. It literally has nothing underneath, right? That's your support resistance. If Bitcoin drops 50%, then where would you expect Fartcoin to go? It's hard to even at this point, honestly, it's hard to even give a measured move. You could take the measured move from the M pattern, but it's really ugly.
I can see why something like Fartcoin would keep going down.
Right? You're taking out the lows. You're getting in, 15 mil market cap. My favorite part of the bear market is looking at all the quality projects that I know are going to be here for the next 5, 10, 15 years and being able to pick them up at like 100 mil market cap when they were just at 3 billion.
So you're going to scoop some ICP with me?
Man, look, there's no bad coin. There's only a bad price. Everything at the right price, I will swing at.
All right. ICP at $1.25.
Nah, I need it sub dollar, bro. I need that.
Wow.
Listen, you don't understand. I have a memory of buying ICP at $800 and thinking it was a deal because it had just come down off of 3K. I was buying the dip on ICP at $800. Yeah, it was crazy.
He is looking for a big discount.
ICP, let's see.
Like,
See, ICP is another one. Like, we're literally underneath bear market lows already.
That's what I'm saying.
This is inverse price discovery.
Dude, it's amazing, right?
Except
They
that
don't call them the
except that
cloud plastic for no reason.
there's no resistance. There's no support. There's nothing down here. The only thing that's going to stop this price from dropping is if enough people buy the coin.
That's me right there.
It's going to be catalyst driven, or it's going to be that Bitcoin gets to its bottom and then people look at it and say, oh my God, it's at 30 cents.
And like, I thought they had a chance once they released that caffeine AI thing. That's why you see that big pump right where that cycle indicator ends. I thought they had a chance at like making a little comeback, but
this shit is already down 88%. Let's say if it hits the 95% that the really shitty coins do, you're looking at $1.
I'll probably set limit orders for like $1.50, but like I feel like it's I'm like buying alts, like even if they get very cheap, like I still feel like people need to be very cautious and just focus on Bitcoin. Like that's something I learned the hard way. Like if I just focus on Bitcoin at the start of the cycle, which is gonna start in October this year, then I would have been doing fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna get annoying about
focusing
that
on
shit when the time comes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be super annoying about that. I'm gonna sound like
jumping into alts is like, yeah, wait for the season. Even if they're like super cheap, like I would limit it to like maybe 25% of your port. Max. You probably like stress the trading view servers the most, Dbloc.
I do put them through their paces. That's a fact. So this is what we were looking at yesterday, yo. This is what it comes down to for me. Right? We went through the whole Bitcoin thing. We waited on the 1 week, on the 2 week, for our 50 to break, for our Gaussian channel to break, for our Ichimoku to break. We did all that. Right? We knew that the capitulation would come right after. We're seeing the capitulation now. But that break of support for Bitcoin, right? That capitulation, the big one, comes after this breaks. Our question now is, how do we get a heads up on that? Right? Obviously, we're watching the support, but what I want you to pay attention to is total. And in my opinion, the capitulation starts here at 2.31 trillion. Right? I've got an alert set for it and everything. Once we break that, we've broken structure on total as a whole. And typically that's when things go left in an accelerated fashion. So the relief rally that we're playing into, or the support rally that we're playing into on Bitcoin, exists right here. By stabilizing, creating a bearish channel, right? Maybe coming to test support, and then flushing. If we don't get this, then Bitcoin breaks its support. Right? For Bitcoin to go up, hold support here and go up, we would have to see it on total. We would have to see total stop dipping, start to consolidate, start to recover some ground. If this thing starts making a beeline for capitulation, then so just pull up your total chart, even if there's no other lines on it, and slap a line right at 2.31 trillion and put an alarm on that shit for TradingView. But you just can't make me ignore the fact that we're at macro support. Now, it's a little different for total. That support that we're at for Bitcoin, right there. Total has already done what we're expecting Bitcoin to do. Right? Total came down to that support, it consolidated, it put in a little high, and then it capitulated. Right? So total is front running the move that we're looking for Bitcoin to do. And that's why I'm watching it. When total gets to the next point, the next level of its move, which would be breaking that macro support, then I expect Bitcoin to also break its macro support. Yeah, from the high of the relief, Khaled. About a 50% drop from the high of the relief. If we just look at our measured moves that we already have drawn now, they're all leading to 43, 44. Right? We had both our bear flag break. That leads us to 43.1. We've got either this head and shoulders or just the M pattern. Either way, it's the same measured move. 43.2. And then we've got the measured move that I drew years ago, which was that 2026, which is at 44.1.
Nice.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, y'all. I was here from the beginning. A lot of us were here from the beginning. So it's hard for me to look at this and say, oh my God, we failed. I just don't see that. If you bought your Bitcoin at 15 and you sold it at 126 and you got out right at the end of the bull market by timing, I mean, that was a very simple long-term play that, you know, netted you over 100K per Bitcoin.
Most people won't even do that, but it seems so simple.
It's just hard, bro. It's hard because even if you start that trade from the beginning, you start to get that, oh, this coin 20x, that coin 50x. Oh, this thing's been moving for weeks. Let me take a little bit of Bitcoin, put it in here. Take a little bit of this, put it in there.
That's exactly what happened to me.
And then, yeah, you just, yeah.
And I did it at like 50K. I was swapping Bitcoin at like 50K.
I'm fully ready to commit to the 4-year cycle starting from the bear.
This is going to be a really good run for a lot of people because most people in here started in the middle of the parabolic run of the last bull market. And then this was your first bear market bottom. So your next bear market bottom that we're about to get is going to be the first one where like you know what you're doing, right? You've learned all the lessons. You've had one full cycle underneath your belt. Yeah, it'll repeat, Khaled. As long as global liquidity stays on a 4-year cycle, so will Bitcoin. Bitcoin's 4-year cycle doesn't belong to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's 4-year cycle is just evidence that Bitcoin is the most sensitive to liquidity of all assets. Which is why no matter how much, catalysts there were and all of that, we ended up hitting our bear case. Right? Our bear case from back here when we did the math was 124. Top of the bull market was the bearish case, right? That's the most bearish. The base case was 150. And then the bull case for me was 175. I was never in the 200K, 300K, $500,000 camp, ever. Like, this was always been my tops. And then when we went to our relief rally, right, when we dropped down and we played into this relief rally, our bear case for that relief rally was right where we hit, the 50 EMA, 97, 98. The base case was 104, and then the bull case was 108. Nah, it has less to do with the halving. I mean, especially now, right? The halving affects miners, but for the most part, it's global liquidity. We're already absorbing more Bitcoin that's mined per day. But I think when people call it a Bitcoin halving cycle, they're missing the bigger picture. Yeah, there's diminished returns, Khaled. There's diminished returns. The question is how much of the diminished returns. So let's do that. We'll just go from the last bull market. So from the bottom of the last bear to the top was a 23x. 22x, let's call it. 23. Yeah. The 23x, 22,000%. This one I'm done. Where the hell's my tool? This one was 8x. That level of diminished returns is higher than we've had in the past. If we go back to other ones, right, it's accelerated between this one and this one at a greater pace than it ever has. So how much of that has to do with quantitative tightening, right? Because we've never had quantitative tightening during a bull market before. This is the first year that we experienced it. So how much of it is a factor of there just not being liquidity, as much liquidity as there was during prior cycles? And how much of that do we regain going into a quantitative easing bull market? So we won't have a clear answer to that for another 4 years. And then we'll chalk it up in the book as, okay, quantitative tightening, bull markets, you have to be Bitcoin heavy and you have to expect reduced gains.
There was a guy, he had a ratio for the expected diminished return percentage on the next cycle. I don't remember exactly what his ratio was, but he was expecting a smaller all-time high this year than the last cycle. I'll try to find that ratio and I'll send it to you guys.
Yeah.
I saw a guy who did an analysis. He just took the tops of the cycles, like the top of the first to the second, there's a certain angle on that, and it pretty much cuts in half each time. That's something I saw. Let me try and verify it.
From all the research that I've done, what I can tell you is the best way to look at the cycles is time-based. One thing that hasn't failed is the timing of it. I wish I could find. Let me see if I can find my old Bitcoin chart here. Macro cycles. Is that what it's on? Give me a second here, because we've already done the math, and that's why I had my targets where I had my targets. What was I doing here? Oh, I guess I was doing some FOMC analysis. I forget about these charts all the time, yo. What was I doing here? Okay, we were tracking rate cuts there. Just bear with me, yo. I need a damn... I need an assistant. Red path. Yeah, this is when we were looking at our tops. But either we'd reject off of target 1 and red path, or this isn't what I'm looking for, though. Four-year cycle. Year 4 looking pretty similar, huh? Slid over a little bit, but... And yeah, this is where we were calling for the bear. This isn't it either. Oh, we just missed that 6618 extension. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna look for this on the side screen. I'm not gonna put y'all through this. Check one more layout. Oh, spider lines from hell. This is an old chart, y'all. This is a very old chart. It's crazy. I don't even chart like this anymore. But this was Wyckoff analysis, right? Accumulation, distributions, accumulation. We were calling out all the traps and the springs. All right, maybe we're on the right track then. Maybe I can find my... Oh, this is an old chart too. Here, for everybody that's freaking out about Michael Saylor, take a look at this. This was from the top of the last bear market. This is how freaked out we were about MicroStrategy's margin call line. To the point where I don't even know how I made this. It looks like I added little column. Bro, I built a castle wall to protect price from going through MicroStrategy's margin call. And it did in a big way, and nobody died. Right? The world didn't come to an end. He didn't have to break his he didn't have to sell his Bitcoin. That's funny. I forgot all about that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna look for this shit at another time. So yeah, let's take a look. Daily closed inside, right? The support resistance is it's more of a range than a straight line, right? But it did close underneath. It did two things here, which sort of put us in a dangerous territory. So the top line is the macro support, but all of this is macro support. There, there, there. Your last tops here. And this is taking you all the way back to 2021 tops. And then here. Oop. Support isn't just a line in the sand, right? It's very different than closing above or below an EMA. So on the daily, yeah. Oh. On the daily, we've closed underneath, right? A couple of levels. Losing this entire range is what we don't want. But yeah, it would have been a nice feather in our hat to get above that break, that first break at 73.8. I forgot my camera was on. I'm glad I didn't do anything crazy. What's good, chat? Bro, High Def, what are you talking about? Yeah, no, but you're not saying anything, bro. Okay, you got the answers to the universe. Wow me. Tell, like, why are you being stingy with them? Tell me. He's gonna keep coming in here talk about you got all the answers, but don't want to tell me nothing. Like, what are we doing? Oh, we were friends. Did we look at Sui? I think we looked at Sui. We'll look at it right now, though.
Looking at some of these altcoins I was paying attention to during the bull is like crazy seeing how low that came. Like I literally only stepped away for like 3 months, 4 months.
Yeah. So as of now, Sui has come down from its tops 80%. And if we look at structure, Sui broke structure back here. Failed to get back above. You have your swing low. See what we got for vectors. Yeah. That vector's recovered. Here. No real vectors to speak of underneath. See what the looks like. Yeah. You lose this level, is going to be a pretty quick move to 83. 83 doesn't hold, you clear that vector. 58. That vector would give you 89%, 90% retracement. Yeah. Little hard to judge because we don't know when the capitulation is going to start. But if there is no relief rally here, then you could see 50 cents. Like I said, it's crazy, right? Because it's a 90% drop. You've already done 80. So you figure, well, damn, there's only like 10% left to go. But when measured from here, right, quite a different story. That's why I don't want people falling. I mean, people look at it and they're like, well, I've already got a bag. And I mean, as soon as down to there, I'll just DCA in. I mean, like, you're talking about a big percentage drop, right? 50% drop means everything you sell here, you get to buy double at the bottom.
Yeah.
So it's a big difference. You're talking about doubling your coin count by just, you know. But we don't like to do it on red candles, which is why we were, you know, sort of preaching on that last move up to take profits.
Dbloc, are there any like altcoin projects that you're looking at for
Not
buys
right now.
like deep into the bear at all?
Nah, I have to see them perform in the bear.
Like just hold their ground?
Hold their ground and build, right? What you don't want to see, what you don't want to see is a funding round or any sort of fundraising, right? You don't want to see that. They should, if the company was doing what they're supposed to do, if the project was doing what they're supposed to do, they should be cash rich right now. We just came out of a bull market. So you want to see building. As everything's going down, prices going down, you want to see constant building. If it goes dead, if nobody's heard from the devs for 2 weeks, if the Discord is freaking out, you know what I mean? Like, these are things that let you know, like, nobody's working.
Like I'm looking at CoinMarketCap. I'm looking at the 15th. It's called Canton. Like I've never heard of that.
CC?
CC is the ticker.
Yeah. Wooney was playing CC over the last couple weeks. I think he killed that shit. They were
That's
moving.
like brand new. Like
yeah. He was telling me about the utility and all that, but like I was saying, with the little bit of time we had left, utility doesn't matter. All that matters is, do people think it's gonna work? It doesn't have volume. But going into the bear, we'll focus on all that utility shit for sure.
Because like at this point, I'm like considering, is it even worth like picking up some of the current alts that are within the top like 30? Is it even worth it? Like,
I'm not touching anything for the next couple months.
Like they just didn't perform at all. Me neither. They just didn't perform at all, and it's like they could still drop a lot.
What I'll be doing during these drops is playing counter trend rallies and keeping my micro strategy short healthy. My original plan was to short IBIT and short MicroStrategy, but MicroStrategy looked so weak that I just put all my eggs in that basket. Probably shouldn't have. It wasn't the smartest thing.
Not financial advice.
It just happened to work out. It wasn't no. Now it's way too late. Like, we're already, that MSTR short is well on its way.
Yeah, I should have shorted it when I told myself to do it on my calendar, but you know I just didn't listen to myself.
Yeah. This thing's going lower. But look at MicroStrategy on the 4-year cycle indicator. And for the longest, obviously, price did nothing. When I say price did nothing, I mean, you'll see. You guys are all going to become chart analyst experts right now. Watch.
That is some crazy price action on
Give,
that scale.
give everybody one guess on this chart. So when MicroStrategy started buying Bitcoin.
They are Bitcoin.
This is when MicroStrategy was going to war with Microsoft. Microsoft whooped its ass. Became, you know, the standard for many years as MicroStrategy turned into a zombie coin. $17 MicroStrategy sat flat and did nothing as Microsoft continued to take the world over. Actually, more than 17 years, all the way till 2019, 2020. And then Michael Saylor came up with the bright idea to put Bitcoin on the books.
A bright idea indeed it was.
Yeah. That was a risk. And what's crazy now is Microsoft and all these tech giants are now having to play the Michael Saylor strategy and add Bitcoin to their books eventually. So it's like a full circle moment. Gave up on this to get this, and it's just the beginning. Pretty nutty. Look, for shits and giggles.
You think he knows very well that his stock's gonna go to like $50?
Yeah. Maybe he's done the we've done the math. So here's Microsoft share price. Right. Stayed alive, didn't go dead. Right, this was a rough patch for everybody, but still maintained. Took off, turned into the Microsoft we all know. And then now they're back to neck and neck. Actually, probably a little bit weaker.
When it comes to market cap, it's not even close.
Yeah. Khaled, I said it before, like once we came down underneath all those metrics, every pump that you see should be considered a rescue ship and not a rocket ship. Eventually the rescue ships stop coming, you know, and you're getting like, oh, I'll take the next one, I'll take the next one. Eventually it just does a bad thing. I'm not riding any alts into the bear market, into the capitulation phase of the bear market. I'm not even holding Bitcoin through the capitulation phase of the bear market, so I'm definitely not holding alts. No, it's never too late. Like we just saw, right? Even if you've already dropped 60%, 70%, 50% on some of these alts, there's still 50% drop to go. Right? You can't don't look at the money that you're underwater. Look at your purchasing power. Right? And try to defend that purchasing power, because that's what's going to be important at the bottom of the next bear. But yeah, don't, try not to panic out. Try to have very mechanical sort of rules for when you've had enough. But try to keep that same energy when we pump. Right? The same way you feel right now, where you're like, yeah, if we pump, I'll be happy to take out at 76 or 80 or whatever. Just make sure you still feel that way when you get there. Because that's the hard part, right? You start to feel euphoric. Maybe this is it. Yeah. But even if it is, right? Who cares? You take profits. If it continues to go and it looks like it's strong, cool, we'll get back in. You can't be scared of taking the trades or getting out of the trades, because then that'll make you hesitate and stay in something too long. I know for right now that I'm comfortable with this play particularly. If we look at where we are on the daily, and it's pretty, and this is our stochastic. Right, so you've got daily stochastic riding the bottom. You've got your regular RSI maxing out. And you're at macro support. And we've got the highest level of FUD everywhere, you know. Freaking Bitcoin was created by a PDF file. I mean, I don't know what more FUD you need. They pulled everything out of the book for that one.
Just in time for the bear market capitulation, huh?
Yeah, that's true, Anthony. That's true. That whole thing where like it's not a loss until you realize it. No, it's still a loss. Let me be the one to tell you. Whether you take the profits or not, you're losing purchasing power, you know? It's just forward thinking, right? Like, if you're trying to buy that Lambo, then you need it to pop because, you know, you need another 50K or you need another 100K to be able to get what you want. But if what you're talking about is compounding and going into the next bear with enough of a war chest to do damage, then every dollar matters. Losing a dollar is worse, you know. Defending yourself against losing a dollar is almost better than taking the risk to gain a dollar. In this game, YG, yep. In this game, it is for sure. No one to hold them, no one to fold them. The market is forgiving, bro. Like, if you play it right, the market's forgiving. One of my favorite things to do when I'm taking profits, I'm all the way out, right? I know that my next big buy is going to be Bitcoin, right? I take all of my dry powder, not physically, right? But I'll go to my exchange and I'll put in an order for the entire bag on Bitcoin. I don't send the order. I just put it to see how much Bitcoin it buys me. And then I leave that up on a chart. And that's my favorite thing to watch during the bear market. As price goes capitulating and dropping, that Bitcoin count goes up and up, up. And then eventually when I'm happy with what it looks like, I start slapping the button. Yeah, we got to take all emotion out of this bear market, yo. Robot gang. If you don't have forever to watch this shit, then I'm telling you, if you're in the, and it's not just because it's my indicator, but if you're in the Discord, go download the 4-year cycle indicator. Right? And put your chart on the weekly. And it's going to look like that. Right? Time-based DCAs will start to pop up when we get towards the bottom. You don't have to wait for that. You put on your Ichimoku. And you go to the 2-week. Also, it's not distracting. You go to the Ichimoku and you go to the 2-week. When the baseline of this Ichimoku crosses out of this cloud, you're at bear market bottoms. We try to get a longer chart. There, BLX. When your baseline comes out of the cloud, you're at your bear market bottoms. Baseline breaks the cloud, you're at your bear market bottoms. Baseline breaks the cloud, bear market bottoms. Those are 2 metrics that you could watch that take 5 minutes a day to just open the chart, look at it, switch to the weekly, turn on your 4-year cycle, see if you've got any DCA bubbles yet. Go to the 2-week. Check what your baseline looks like on the Ichimoku. We'll cover all of this shit in Cypher School, but just as a quick rundown. Try not to stress yourself out. For some of you, that goal is going to be a whole Bitcoin. Right? For those of you that can't get a whole Bitcoin, please do not let that stop you. I've made that mistake. This isn't even financial advice. This is just, don't, in life as in general, right? Don't let the fact that you can't get everything you want keeping you from getting what you can. Right? I know specifically a story of somebody who will remain nameless because I'm not going to do that. But they had money to buy 1 Bitcoin, but they only had, I think it was like 13K or 14K. And they didn't buy the 3/4 of a Bitcoin that they could have at 15. And price got away to 19. And then it got to the point where they could only afford half a Bitcoin and didn't feel like it was worth it and went and played alts. Right? When, you know, even if you didn't have a whole Bitcoin, that 3/4 of a Bitcoin would have been life-changing money. You know, it's not the end of the goal, right? But your life looks different with 100K in the trading account, right? Life starts to feel a little different. You're less stressed at work. You know, family life is probably going a little smoother. Wifey's not bugging. Life changes. But it takes that you've gotta, it's delayed gratification, you know. If you can't delay gratification and you get stuck in that get rich now, you're gonna chase shit and you're gonna end up giving it all back to people who are playing the long game.
Very true.
It's gonna be live classes, Ryan. We've got to figure out timing for that. But it's gonna be live classes, and I'm probably going to record them and then leave the lives inside of leave the recordings inside of the thing, inside of the Discord. I still have to sort of work it out. We're gonna figure this out together, right? Because this first iteration of Cypher School is gonna be sort of what launches what Cypher School ends up being in the long run. So each session is gonna get better and better. We'll dial it in.
So ready for Cypher School.
It's gonna be fun. Putting together the curriculum was hard, bro. I'm trying to start from the very beginning, but like I forgot where the beginning is. You know what I mean?
We were counting schmeckles and drawing lines in the sand.
Like I forgot where the actual beginning is and shit. Like no, like I gotta go back to like what is a candle, you know? You send me a DM, Oliver? I'll check. Give me a second. Yeah, anybody that has a Cypher family role, you're good for Cypher School, guys. It's not an extra charge or anything. Just trying to add value to the membership of the Discord. I'm getting a lot of good feedback on the bots too. You should check those out, Razin, if you haven't seen them yet.
I saw the ping on it. I thought that was pretty interesting that you got that out.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. I do like an hour or two of training every day. They're getting way better.
How do you train them?
You just got to sit there and talk, basically.
Okay.
You can add things. You can add like resource materials, or you can add web pages that you want them to pull from. But it's mostly trying to teach them how to decipher the information, because they'll give you a bunch of shit, but they're not really good at coming to like an end conclusion on it. So it's weird. It's like trying to teach it how I think, which is kind of trippy.
How much is it costing you?
It's both of them together. It's probably like $200 to $300 a month to keep them both alive.
What's the service?
Gemini.
Gemini. Oh, okay, cool. It's like a Gemini agent. Okay.
Yeah, I tried them. I tried a bunch of different LLMs, but Gemini, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Gemini is pretty good.
Yeah, that's what most people say. ChatGPT would just like lie to you.
DeepSeek just told me straight up I couldn't. Like, I tried to do it with DeepSeek, and it tried to give me what I was asking for, but it couldn't. Then I went to Gemini. Then I went back to DeepSeek, and I was like, so I started this because I'm using DeepSeek to sort of track the YouTube analytics. So I talked to it about the channel. So I was like, I dropped the Cypher agents, but I used Gemini. My bad. And it was like, no, great choice. I can't, and it just told me straight up, is like I don't have the ability to do what it can do right now, but I can do other things. And then it started telling me like, I can give you the prompts for your training. So I'm using both of them, using DeepSeek and Gemini. DeepSeek's helping me explain the best way I can through prompts, and then Gemini's putting it all together.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT at work. And I think my school, they just did like a partnership with OpenAI. Now we have like student plans.
Yeah. Fly fan, that's a good point, bro. That's why I just ignore all that shit. There's always something that you can use to explain current price action until you zoom out and realize that, you know what I mean, it's just a pattern that keeps replaying, and then we insert the news story as we go in real time. It's just humans, right? We want to have an understanding on why things are happening, but there's always been manipulation. There will always be manipulation. And these whales that we accuse of manipulating, they're just you in the future. All right, let's play it forward. You now have $1 billion that you're trading with, right? You see a double top or you see a failed rally. Are you going to take your money out slowly so that you don't kill the chart because you don't want to manipulate? Or are you going to take your profit and go spend some time on your yacht?
I'm cashing out and I'm partying.
What kind of whale are you going to be? Are you going to be the kind whale that says, oh no, if, you know, God, look at the liquidity. If I take right now, you know, I'm going to wreck all these poor people underneath me. Or are you going to be like, let me get out before shit gets real here? Exactly, Neve. Open a short and start dumping. So it's like, yeah, manipulation, yeah. But are they wrong for it, right? Would you do any different? Probably not. Maybe some people who are like super ideologically, you know. But for me, I sort of made peace with that shit a long time ago. I went through a phase where when I first realized that when I sell the top, I'm wrecking somebody, right? Because I'm selling them something at a price that I don't think it's worth. But then I got over that real quick. I mean, you got to think about it, right? Somebody sits down at their PC and looks at the chart and says, I want to buy Bitcoin at this price. Look, that's okay. I'm just facilitating the other side of that trade, right? I didn't talk them into doing it. Now, if
helping them.
Yeah, now if I get on here and I'm like, yo, we're going to 150K, you know, don't take profit. They're trying to trick you. This shit is definitely going to 1 million. And then I'm dumping on you on the side. Like, that's different story, right? That's like,
That's what idiots do in the poly market and Kalshi chats. They just say like the total opposite of what their position says.
yeah. Yeah, exactly, Anthony. It's only manipulation when price goes down. When price goes up, you're a genius and you picked the right asset and you saw it on the chart and it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. But when price goes down, it's manipulation. Yeah, I'll take a look at Deep for you. Looks like Sui broke its macro support, retested it, failed, took out the lows. Not really a whole hell of a lot underneath. Like, this is gonna stop dropping when Sui finds a bottom, in my opinion. You want to find the bottom on Deep, you gotta find the bottom on Sui. I mean, you're at golden pocket now. Oh, wait, no, you're not. There you are. You're at golden pocket now, but this it just there isn't a world, in my opinion, where Deep goes up as Sui's going down. Right? Deep is the liquidity layer for Sui. It's a beta play. It means when Sui goes up 5%, Deep goes up 10%. But when Sui goes down 5%, right, then Deep tends to overreact to the bottom side as well. We throw Sui on the chart. You can see what I mean. Right? So if Sui is going to continue to drop, and actually Deep is holding up quite a bit better. Right? When Sui pumped, it pumped harder. When Sui dropped, somehow it's managed to hold some of its ground at least, but it's very similar. Chart's very similar. If we just take this and move it down, right, get the percentages even. Yeah, I'm still in SKR. Wait, where's my SKR chart? There it is. I've already moved my stop into profit. This was the original stop. When it came down and we were like, oof, that was close. But my stop is underneath type 2 entries right now. So either she goes or it closes off in profit. This manipulation was nasty right here. This is a perfect sort of 4x play. Right, if you use oh shit. If you use market Cypher A, right, we had 4 manipulation X's. Once you get 4 in a row, you tend to get whale exhaustion. Right, they've got to reload to continue to sort of drop. So that might have been all this is. And this could be just a redistribution range. But I'm waiting to see if we get a spring out or a spring up. But if we get a spring up into this range and it's a failed rally, then this is distribution. If we get a move down into golden pocket and pops back up, then this is accumulation. But for right now, that trade's still alive. Yep. Comes the pain. Again, same thing. Is this accumulation or distribution? If we get a spring that pops up, it's accumulation. But we've got a spring from it. We lost that demand underneath.
Whee!
Hands
Can't
up,
wait
go
to get
we.
my own place.
You're on what?
So I can't wait to get my own place.
Here you go. All type of shit you're not ready for too. I remember my first place. But I remember vividly, not to be gross, but I remember vividly sitting down to take a shit and looking around my new bathroom and realizing that if I don't buy toilet paper, there's no toilet paper. You know, you live at home with the fam, you know, like toilet paper just magically appears when you need it, right? You know, these little things you don't think about when you first get a place. Like, oh shit, wait a minute, I'm responsible for all this shit now.
I feel like is it gonna get, aren't we kind of expecting it to be like super quiet in the server like right about now, or is that coming in like 3, 4 months, 5 months?
Yeah, during the capitulation, once it capitulates, we'll lose a lot of people. Only people that'll still be here are ones that sort of want to get ready for the next. But we'll get some burnout for sure. And don't get me wrong, yo, everybody needs a break, guys. We're about to go through a couple months of downturn. If you're not going to be actively shorting, you know, once we go through Cypher school, not a bad idea to take some U time. Make up for the absence. I know the wife probably misses a lot of y'all. Kind of been locked in, you know. You did manage to get out with some money. You gotta get yourself something nice. Building those synapses is important. And I know if you broke even or something, it's not. But even then, right? Like building the synapses in your brain of I worked hard, I made this money, I took this money, I bought myself something that made my life better. Those sort of things make it way easier to take profit when it's time to take profit. Because it's real, you know what I mean? It's not just like what you could do or what could happen. It's like, no, that's hot tub wasn't there before and now it's there, you know, or whatever. But the money is not made at the top of the bull market. The money is made at the bottom of the bear market.
Set those limit orders.
Yeah. The biggest difference in your portfolio is going to come from the decisions you make at the bottom.
Well, at the bottom of the bear market, nobody has money.
They should. That's why we're focusing on it now, because that's the plan. Number one goal from now to the end of the bear market is to get as much dry powder as you possibly can. I mean, if your goal is to run this up, during the next. That's why I said it sounds silly, but honestly, putting up your exchange, putting the amount of money that you're willing to put into the next bear market into Bitcoin, seeing how much Bitcoin that gets you, and checking on that every day as Bitcoin drops and seeing that Bitcoin value go up. Or whenever you find money here and there, or any little plays that you have as that Bitcoin value goes up, seeing that grow. That's what sort of keeps you going during the bear. It keeps you like focused. Because every red candle is more Bitcoin at the end. The amount of Bitcoin maxis that were born during this bull market is crazy.
Yeah, it's so hard to trust alts.
I mean, what's crazy, I've said it before, like we haven't been through quantitative tightening. This was the first time, right? So when we talk about cycles, we now know what happens during quantitative tightening. What we can't do is take the lessons that we learned during this bull market and take them into the next bull market blindly. Because if we're in quantitative easing and you're still playing the game like if we're in quantitative tightening, then you're going to get very frustrated because you're going to miss the rotations. You're not going to trust the rotations, right? If we have quantitative easing, we should have very clear rotations. Bitcoin, Ethereum, top 10, top 20 alts, all alts at the end. But everybody's gun shy on that rotation because it didn't rotate, right? There wasn't enough money. And when money finally did rotate, it went into gold and silver and they stole the show. We're technically in QE now, yes. It's pseudo QE. They won't admit it. But it's very simple. All you have to do is pull up the Fed asset sheet. WALCL. If price is going up or if the line is going up, we're in quantitative easing. If the line is going down, we're in quantitative tightening. Right? This entire bull run, the Fed balance sheet has been bleeding out. Huge liquidity suck. And we still managed to pull that move. The problem is that it affected the alts. Right? So the last time we were in this position here was here. The difference is that this quantitative tightening was during the bear market. Right? Which is why I say this is the first bull market that we've ever had where we were in quantitative tightening.
Is it also the first bear in QE?
No. No. We had in the early days, right? But since then, for the most part, because like I said, it's a 4-year cycle, right? It's the global liquidity cycle. So as liquidity is pumping, right, prices of assets go up. The Fed buys. This is the Fed buying assets, buying bonds, buying equities, right? And then as it's time to TP, they TP. Problem is they didn't start buying, right? They TP'd, we had that little cut up, and then the economic environment was so bad, so restrictive, that they continue to sell off through the whole cycle. The only time we've seen it anywhere near that bad at all was right here. And that was during our 2017 bear. So technically, are we in QE? Yes, the Fed is printing and buying bonds. Have they admitted it yet? Have they called it QE? No. Will they call it QE? Probably not. They're going to call it something like bond yield control, or they'll call it something else. But it'll be QE. So now remember, this is the government printing to buy, right? But M2, I'm about to go down a rabbit hole here. M2 is still going up, right? So central banks at this point are still printing. So that will help the money flow. That'll help that come up. But this has to retrace, right? That slight sideways consolidation, retracement, right? Where it stops going up. That's where our cycles come from. That's where the 4-year cycle comes from. Yeah, price goes up, starts to retrace. As Bitcoin finds the bottom, M2. It's all about liquidity, all about global liquidity. Now, just because M2 is going up doesn't mean that your coin goes up, right? What that means is that the money that's floating around in the world that's available for people to put into risk assets is increasing. Because our cycle is over, that money is not coming in to Bitcoin. Well, where's it going? Silver, gold, right? M2 continues to go up. Bitcoin goes down, goes into gold, goes into silver. It's just money rotating. If we really set this up, this is where it gets kind of depressing when you line them up bar for bar. Right? That's more representative of what actually happened. And I don't want to hit y'all with the I told you so stick, but I called the metal super cycle when silver was at $26 an ounce and everybody was still looking at alts. And the main reason for that wasn't a crystal ball, it was CA. It was the setup that silver had and the fact that we weren't getting clean rotations, that we couldn't get out of the overlap between Bitcoin and Ethereum. Right? And the fact that retail was gone. All right, that was depressing.
A lot of the OGs must have also got caught by this rotation into metals versus alts, right?
Yeah. Yeah, especially the ones that are very anti-metal, just because there's that whole like gold versus Bitcoin shit. There's some people that won't even deal with it. My original, when I first got into gold, it wasn't because I thought we were going into a metal super cycle. When I first got into gold is because Putin invaded Russia. I mean, Putin invaded Ukraine. And I was never given a reason to leave. Like literally, for years, I was looking for a reason to sell my gold, bro. For years. And for years, the world just got nastier. And when the world gets nasty, when the world gets nasty, gold pumps. I don't think the metals top is in because I don't think that this dip was real. This dip was a lie. Silver never got to $70 an ounce, $80 an ounce, nowhere on the planet. Nowhere on the planet but our computers. I think it was a shakeout. And I think that metals run at the very least until real estate tops out. Personally. Every mint in the world stopped providing silver. Shut down. The US Mint was the only one that reopened, and when it reopened, they doubled the price of silver from 90 to 100 and, well, almost doubled to like 170, 169. I think paper is very dangerous. I think if you're trading paper, it needs to be options, very quick plays, taking advantage of movements in and out. I think long-term holding paper is very dangerous. Remember, my original thesis was that we would depeg the paper and physical price, right? Because of the supply shock. When I first brought it up, we were talking about gold. I said, if we go into Fort Knox, there's something else I want you guys to watch tonight. If we go into Fort Knox and there's any gold missing, there'll be a supply shock. Paper gold and physical gold will divert by at least 50%, 40 to 50%. And look at what happened. You had Shanghai going for $111 an ounce when New York was selling paper silver at 80. Yeah, yeah, why not? The back of the chair billboard, let's do it. No, I know, and I mean it's possible that they're not done. But the calculation is completely different if you're holding paper or holding physical. Like it's a seller's market right now. Right? You could easily get your silver off by just undercutting whoever's, whatever the silver guy's given at the point. And if you want the real price of silver, don't go to your silver guy and ask him how much he'll give you. Ask him how much he'll sell you an ounce for. That's the real price of silver.
That's the ass.
I guarantee you that plenty of metals guys bought a bunch of silver at $70 or $80 an ounce and just kept their mouth shut when everything went to hell that day. Yeah, exactly, Mike. Damn right. What are you selling for? And then we'll negotiate from there. Nice, JB. Welcome to the fan, brother. Have a look around. Tell me what you think. Go play around with the bots a little bit. Yeah, we said that the other day. I was like, bro, if copper keeps going up like this, be ready for your street lights and shit to be all messed up for the next couple months. On the highway, you'll see dark patches of highway. If I had a construction site, I would definitely be upping security. Just put it like that. Yeah, if it holds, Venus. This shit just looks weak right now. This demand keeps coming back, but as of right now, this M pattern, or if you want to see it as the descending flat bottom, same thing. Yeah, it's crazy to the top side. Apparently, somebody's not happy with their entries yet, though. We're really close to our 2020 highs here. Another line that we want to look at, I'll just use this because this doesn't matter anymore. 68795. This line right here is where Trump was elected. In the past, bear markets have never gone underneath where the president was elected. That will break this time. Let me be the first to tell you, I don't want anybody getting excited about that idea. But that is a metric that's never broken before. And it's basically because we didn't have blow off top. Right? If we would have had a blow off top, we would have been high enough in the 150s, 170s, whatever, to where we wouldn't have had to break. But even from the beginning, I've been saying that. Even from the beginning, I've been saying this is probably a metric that's going to break. Because even if we had gone to 150, right? Let's say we had a crazy, let's say we hit 200. Right? Let's say the line is there. That's the presidential line, the yellow one. Even if we had gone to 200K, it would only be a 65% retracement. Maybe that would have been enough. That's sort of in the camp of what I'm looking for now. 60 to 65% retracement, right? If we pull it on here, then 65% retracement, we're in low 40s, like I'm talking about. So to avoid breaking that metric, we would have had to pump to at least 200K. But is it a spot where we might get a bounce, right? Because of that? Maybe. Yeah, it's possible. There's enough people that are looking at that. Maybe it does something. But yeah, the 200 EMA 2 on the weekly, it's right in the same spot. And it also gives us vector reclamation and puts us into this resistance support range. That's why I have, right, this is this whole range here that we're looking at. There's a method to the madness, even though sometimes it just looks nutty, but you have 11 minutes to save the stopping volume candle on the 15-minute. You've got to close above 72.5. We had one stopping volume candle that was invalidated, but it was invalidated by another stopping volume candle, so there's still a chance to hold this. The first stopping volume candle was never invalidated, so even though it's messy, remember I told you when you're at the bottoms and you start seeing clusters of every color market maker, it means they're working. Doesn't mean they can stop it, but they're trying, right? Same here. Attempt to stop price, retail decides to sell off anyways. But the effort was made. You start getting your clusters. Yeah. I like regression bands. Especially for like macro TA.
I'm just going to take a moment to say thanks. I'm on day 1 of my prop firm eval and it's going well.
Nice.
And yeah, utilizing both everything you've discussed and looking at liquidity and good risk mitigation. Man, it's like a world of difference having a little bit of fun. And I know this is just like demo trading at this point, but
yeah,
still.
Yeah. Don't just the main thing when you're doing these prop challenges is don't turn a winning trade into a losing trade. The second that you can lock in a winning trade, whether it means moving your stop up in a profit, just lock it in. Right? What they want to see is consistent gains.
Yep. Yeah, and it's like kind of changed my mindset a little bit because it's like, okay, these are small gains, but those small gains add up. If I'm catching like the bottoms and the tops of the range, you know what I mean?
Exactly. That's what I said. I said trading prop, doing prop tests and trading funded accounts, they teach you good risk management because that company is literally based on not giving their money to people that You know what I mean? That are going to lose their money. So you end up trading the way you should be trading with your own money, with their money, and then hopefully some of that sticks.
I want to jump in here. I
Mm-hmm.
asked ChatGPT once, what's the ratio of people that pass those? And it said a very low percentage.
Yep.
And and I'll just give my personal resume. I've paid for roughly, I think, 12 or 15 evals with Breakout, and I've failed every single one. So I've
It's
spent
common. You're not
a
alone
few
with that.
$1,000s on these quote, fake paper trading evals or whatever, but it gets addicting because you're like, no, I messed up. Like, of course,
You
or it was like
gamify it.
some crazy like news that happened, and I was just in the wrong trade. If I had been shorting, it would have been great most of the time. But yeah, I was usually
That's
some
their
sort
business.
But yeah, I've probably wasted about $4,000 on those stupid evals.
So I'm gonna say
That's
this,
how
and
they
it's
make money.
not targeted at you. I just want to make that clear because it's gonna sound crazy.
Oh no.
It's not targeted at you. It's not. But if you keep failing the test, mind you, it's not. People fail the test, right? It happens. It doesn't. But if you're consistently failing the test, then that should be a sign that you're not ready to trade leverage yet. And then you get better at it, and then when you get better at it, you try it again. But look at this company like a company that doesn't exist if it doesn't filter out those who should be trading leverage and those who shouldn't. So it's like a third party sort of like verification of, should I be doing this yet? I really still think to this day that that's the best way to learn how to trade leverage, because it gives you a clear answer. But you're right. If you just keep doing it, and you can put too much money into it. Sure. And again, not targeted at you, but I've always had that, like in video games, right? Like when people are like, oh, I can't get past level 15 on Mario. I was like, well, that means that you're a level 15 player. And that's okay. You just have to get good enough to... You get what I'm saying? It's like a test. It's like a qualification. But you should read into
in my
it.
defense, Dbloc, it has been very hard to trade leverage the last...
Yeah, hell yeah, of course. The shit show.
Months or so.
Yeah. Yeah.
On October 10th, the Discord went crazy.
Yeah. And not even like it.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy.
Not even necessarily that you shouldn't be trading leverage, right? But maybe it's a time where it's not a good time to trade leverage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I passed one time. It was a 2-step challenge, and I passed the first step, but then I guess it's saying like I don't understand risk then, according to that.
Yeah.
I'm over leveraging. Because you can't change the percentage of leverage. It's always, I think, 5% for Bitcoin and ETH, and then 2 or 3% for altcoins. You can't even adjust it.
Yeah. Their whole business is doing the math, knowing that people aren't going to be able to trade. And I'm pretty sure they have exposed some of these prop firms for like not having actual live accounts when they say they have live accounts. And when people actually make money on this, what this paper money would be, they would pay that difference. And most of their business is actually just using the fees to take the tests.
Some
and
non-qualifying
people make money on these live accounts.
Yeah. Some of the shitty ones are
they just use
Ponzi's.
the funds that they get from Yeah.
Some of the shitty ones are Ponzi's. That's why you have to make sure that you're somewhere that's, actually has backing and liquidity.
And they're all over my Instagram feed with their ads. There's this one that is like these two guys are talking about how some girl paid for her boob job with her breakout prop trading.
What the?
Goals, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, one of the things that when I was researching prop firms was like, to look for prop firms that have been around for a considerable amount of time and have a good reputation too, because that's definitely a thing. I actually went with the one you've done a bunch, which is Breakout. Even though it hasn't been around super long, but I've seen a few folks that are trading it, and it was pretty straightforward for crypto. But I, like
Yeah,
I
Crypto
mainly
Face
did
is
that.
the co-founder of that one, I believe.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah. YG,
Yeah.
it's mostly because you're starting with a small bankroll and you want to push more weight in your trades. I think the goal should be to use the prop firm money to get your account up to where you don't need it anymore and don't just spend the rest of your life making money for people. But it's a decent step for people who don't have anything to play with. And I think it's a good test to see if you're ready to trade leverage.
Yeah, that's my goal. Is that's why I started it kind of like late. Is if I can kind of survive and pass my tests throughout, this where we're getting really close to that capitulation phase, that I can just generate dry powder kind of through the bear is the idea, and have something ready to run with for the bottoms, as we get back towards the bull. That, and I just it's like the way I get paid, it's just such small amounts that it's very easy to fall into like leverage traps and to over leverage myself and then end up getting wrecked. Especially kind of like learning learning up into like the 124 and then on the way down from there, like that hurt a lot. So this is the way I see it is an opportunity for me to uh utilize everything that like all the lessons that I've learned when I don't necessarily have the capital to be safely trading, right? So, but that's just me. That's a me statement, and I statement.
What's for dinner? What's on the table tonight, yo?
Chicken and green beans and it's rice pilau.
The hell is my
Just
phone? Hold on, I gotta go find my phone. Yeah, I'll be right back. Put what's for dinner in the chat, y'all. I need some inspiration. And I need to go find my freaking phone. Be right back.
You don't like my recommendations.
Yeah, but speaking about October 10th, I remember that I was at the after work event and I was hanging out with my buddy and then I checked my phone. I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go. And I get in the car and then I check the altcoins and it's like negative 70%, negative 80%. I'm like, oh my goodness.
whoever threw that after work event wasn't a strong short.
And the funny thing is, I work at a market making company, so it makes sense.
They were like, yeah. We're gonna go over here and have drinks.
And we're gonna screw this one guy over, yeah.
Whoosh. He said, and your money, it's gone. Now you have to come back to work tomorrow.
That's how they get you. They're like, we're gonna take all your money, so you're gonna have to come back. You don't have an option.
That's just good workplace risk mitigation, right?
Exactly. That's how you keep them loyal.
It was good to see you, by the way. And I was totally being serious. That's what my screen name is. If you look at the picture, you'll see it.
Say it again.
I said if you look at my my logo, you'll see it. It's from my gaming days. So yes,
Oh,
it
your
is that.
username?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you. I remember the profile picture. I kind of recognize it. I kind of remember your voice from like 3, 4, 5 months ago when I was more active.
Yeah. No, I remember you from back when. I was still pretty. I was like, what, 3/4 of a year in, or like a half year to 3/4 of a year in the community.
Yeah, I think I've been in like, well, counting the old server, I think I've been in here for like 3 years, 2, 3 years, something like that.
Yeah, I kind of remember we talked a little bit about it. I was definitely a doe-eyed or a deery-eyed newbie then, but live and learn, you know. I definitely
Exactly.
learned.
I'm like, yeah, the whole like industry, like I'm very like, not crypto, like I believe Bitcoin has a future. I believe some altcoins have a future, Ethereum has a future, stuff like that. But like the get rich quick industry and like the things that surround it that make it look less get rich quick is like all scammy. It's a lot of scam. People just trying to make money.
Yeah, I had a conversation with the legacy guy the other day because I was charting at a bar, which is genius, right? And the guy next to me, he's like, "Oh, what are you looking at?" And we got into talking, and uh he's like kind of the manager for all the funds for his family, right? And he was like, "Yeah, he was like, I think Bitcoin's a scam and da da da." And I was like, "Well, it depends on what you're looking at." And I was like, I do think like the majority of sorry. I do think the majority of the like crypto market can be, right? Um
For sure.
or not the majority, but yeah, I would say the majority probably is extractionary, right? That was like Bitcoin itself, like the until the cryptography fails, right? I wouldn't call it a scam. I would say maybe like the people pushing it or the people like selling the idea of it might be scammers, you know. But it's
Yeah.
to me, it's proven its weight, right? We've seen it through how many cycles. I actually was talking to my boss about it the other day because he was like, "Well, I bought like 200 Bitcoin, or not 200 Bitcoin, $200 of Bitcoin, like here and there," and he was like, just to see how it would form, and he was like, "Yeah, I've only got 14% gains," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, we're 30% down from the top, right?" So, like, if you buy it at the wrong time, like that's how I started, right? It's just like I bought it because it was going up. It's like I think a lot of people, a lot of retail buying that way, right?
Yep.
And
That's how I started. I bought the top of the last cycle, literally.
yeah, that's kind of like how I found this like channel, right? Was times were tough and I wasn't sure where it was gonna go and I was a little nervous and I remember hold on, I'm gonna mute myself for just a second while I make work. All right, there we go. Yeah, that was gonna be loud, but yeah, it was like it, we were like 80K or whatever. And then it was dumping, and I was like, "Oh man," like I just bought more, thinking like, "Oh, it's gonna keep going." Everybody's taught like, it's like you try to do the research, but like it's not necessarily easy to actually find reliable research until you're like, especially just as like a retail investor, a very loose investor, I would say, like loose terminology investor at that time. It's like trying to find good information about the stuff is not easy. And eventually I found this channel and like I kind of like listened and you see, you hear what people are talking about. You hear what like where their mindset is and what they're looking at. And I remember I think it was Dbloc said something like way back when about like the difference between um like an investor and a trader, right? And I think that shift has happened over the last last bit. But the guy I was talking to, the legacy guy, he was an investor, mostly, but he does trade actively. Um, he's more or less like a long-term trader, a macro trader. And it works for him. He's like very successful. So I was like, that yeah, ultimately I was like, I'm not gonna try to sell you the idea of Bitcoin. I believe in it, but that's because we've seen it go through all these phases. It survived war, yada yada. But I was like, I'm not here to sell you the idea. I'm just gonna present like why I appreciate the volatility, right? And I was like, yeah, if you're looking at a long-term investment, it can be scary getting in. Like I wouldn't necessarily know anything about it to put it into their retirement portfolio, but that doesn't mean that it won't actually beat out a lot of the assets in their retirement portfolio. It's just all about timing, right? Until we break those
Pretty
cycles,
much, yeah.
And like when we hit six figures, right? Like I had been watching it from five figures, so it didn't seem like that big of a deal, right? But like to think about an asset hitting six figures that is a digital currency that had been at five figures for not that long and had been at four figures not that long before that, right? It's kind of like insanity. And I think that's where a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Bitcoin's got to be a scam because everything else in the space is a scam, right? And I think in a lot of cases they're right. Maybe not everything else, but there is a lot of unhealthy business practices in the space, right? At least unhealthy or predatory, I should say. But
yeah, 100%.
But I also think that there are a lot of like actually good ideas that come from it. It's just the application of those and whether or not they'll sustain long enough to actually see the light of day on a mainstream level. And that was his argument. He was like, I still don't think it has mainstream acceptance. And I was like, that's fair.
I disagree with that statement 110 million %. Bitcoin specifically definitely has, like, in my opinion, mainstream acceptance.
Yeah, I agree. But I think he was talking about more like crypto in general. And I think that's fair.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair.
But I told him, I was like, I'd like to set up a trust with at least one Bitcoin in it, right? Like that's kind of like my starting goal, but for my son. And like one of the stipulations of that is like I want for him to be able to explain how to access it, because ultimately this will be something, whether it's Bitcoin, no matter what currency it is, there's going to be some digital asset that's going to be majorly important for like generations after, right? So like it's something I don't necessarily like want to make my son a believer. I just want him to understand how to access these things to like pay attention. You know what I mean? It's like I do think Bitcoin will still be around. I think Bitcoin's got a good chance, but I don't know what assets are going to be at the lead. So far, dominance, right? But I guess we'll see, But yeah, my mindset's completely changed from them where I was kind of dipping my toes in, and like now, like I think about regularly, and I fight the urge to just like quit my day job and just trade all the time. Also, I don't have the assets to do that currently, although working on that. But yeah, like it's like I would much rather sit here and do this and watch the charts, and not necessarily quit my job, but at least reduce the amount of time that I spend in the field. You know what I mean? Especially after yeah, especially after missing out on opportunities. It's not like the fear of missing out. It's the I know that if I was there, that there was a lot of opportunities where it's like I saw it coming, but I was unwilling to trade because was like, oh, I gotta go into work. Like I can't focus on the charts. I don't want to just make this trade blindly. You know what I mean?
It's not always just work, it's people around you too. You know, your
Yeah,
partner
absolutely.
comes in or someone comes in and they start talking to you and you're like, or you had a trade open and they want to get intimate, and then suddenly you're like, well, I'm not gonna miss out on that. But then you don't close your
That's
trade,
right.
it's under.
Yep. Or yourself, like the distractions, right? Like, it's really easy to get distracted, especially when like stuff starts going sideways or we're in the trap. But
like you'll like having your job during the bear market, especially when it lasts so
oh yeah. Oh, I'm not planning to quit. I am planning to shift my focuses a little bit, um but also, like I said, I still need the funds. So uh until trading becomes to a point where like I can avidly say that I've done a couple years, 4 years of doing it consistently and profiting better than, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
I'm not just gonna quit.
I've been doing it for 4 years of crypto, but 5 years of options and stuff. I only got lucky, I guess, on one trade, and that was because I was in the space at the right time and I heard the right spaces on X, and that's how I did it. Because every time I leverage trade, I got horrible returns, and mostly no returns. Lost a lot of money, and I get to sit in front of the computer all day long and look at charts. Sometimes it's just the market. I know how to do technical analysis, but I can't follow every single news thing. And, you know, or you really think that it's going to go in your favor, you open up a trade, but just has different news for you. I guess they just expect you to leverage trade with $1 or $2, and you see all these other influencers using way more money, but they lose a lot of money too.
Or don't make any.
Yeah, they make money off of promos.
I'd argue a lot of like the social media influencers you see on Instagram and like the really popular guys on YouTube, I'd argue they don't make any money at all trading.
I once asked CryptoFace during a live stream because he was advocating breakout. And I was like, I said something that was very factual, and he actually called my comment out. Gosh, I wish I could remember it, but it did sound kind of negative. I think I told it the risk or something, like you can only go down a certain percentage and then you just lose or something. And then he was like, well, I'd like to hear another place that offers you 25K or something like that, like a funding. But even if you do pass their evals, you still have to follow the same restrictions, even if you are
the math is just too favorable for these prop firm companies for them to not exist.
Yeah.
Like, people don't know how to trade, and they can make a bunch of money off of the evaluations.
Especially if it was your trade and you had enough margin in there to like go down a drawdown of whatever percentage, and say your liquidation was really far below, and you're like, well, this will bounce here, and say it does, and then it recovers and then some, and then you're like, oh, there it goes. You would have lost though, because you can only get a drawdown of whatever 4% for something like that, when we've all seen trades be down hundreds to thousands of percent, and then you just come out a winner anyway. I mean, that's during the bull, but there's zero liquidation there.
So I think it makes sense for me because my biggest issue is the amount of margin that I have, right? It's like I'll have good trades, I'll round trip it. A lot of it's also, like, because I have a little bit of desperation, it's like, oh, I'm shooting way too high. And I've worked on that a little bit, like narrowing down my targets a little bit and not extending myself or overextending my targets, I guess. And taking profits. Like that was my biggest problem for a long time. So having a little bit more margin, but I'm still applying like a lot of the same. So I'm trying to not change the amount of risk I'm willing to risk while having like I have a little bit more breathing room with a bigger funding, but I'm still like I'm not risking all that much, if that makes sense. Like I have bigger margin, bigger positions, so bigger reward, but I'm keeping my risk about just a little bit wider than it was before. And coming off of 500x leverage, it's a world of difference. Like I can sit and have a little bit of drawdown, and it works out.
It's just you're not the first person that has mentioned that they would like to not have their day job and just trade all day. I'm just wondering how many of those I'm going to be hearing.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. I
I don't
wouldn't
think anybody
mind,
likes their job.
but I'm more looking at it like I do think. So I'm actually considering going to school. So I can't really quit my day job even if I want to. Like unless like even if I had a trade that I made $1 million off of like 500 or something like that, crazy, right? Like it wouldn't make sense because unless I can consistently do that, I'm not comfortable just like walking away like that. But I am considering going back to school, so that'll actually bring me to another question: is like if you go to school for something today, and you had some like funding backing that, that wasn't your capital, what would you go to school for?
Well, when I had
Type of
capital that I didn't have before, I spent it on me and wants and things to make my inner child happy. It funded a lot of traveling. So I guess I didn't stick to any sort of plan other than having fun with money that didn't exist before.
I would say it kind of depends on like your personality and like your interest, but like I would just say like a technical degree like computer science. Even like you probably heard that 1,000 times, but like really, I would say computer science or something like that.
Yeah, I hate money. It's a lot easier to not have any.
What is this foolishness that I just walked back into?
We're talking about getting jobs and stuff, Dbloc, because we're broke.
For the craziest sentence when I put my headset on.
What'd you hear?
Something about hating money or being happier without it. It did not compute.
It's like easier
It
to
was
struggle.
it was her, ban her, ban her.
I'm just new, Dbloc. I don't really know anything.
You are not new. A. B. Don't pull that. I'm just a girl. You're not pulling that shit with me.
I didn't say.
No, but
I
you
didn't
thought
even
it.
say
It
that.
was in
Oh
your
my
tone.
God.
Your
Oh
tone was giving I'm just a girl. We're not having that in
It
here.
100% was.
Sexist. Oh.
You got this.
No, but that works sometimes. Sometimes it's a power, sometimes it's a curse. Well, I'm
Silver
new to
is
this kind of market.
Silver is being very aggressive right now.
No, I started in 2021 at the top of the bear.
The top of the bull?
No, top of the bear.
Top of the bear. Oh, okay. 21. Yeah, I probably started Well, I started mining in like 2020, 2021, something like that. But I didn't really pay attention to the bear market. I was probably as involved in that bear market as I was the last 3 months, which is like just checking my phone like 3 times a day. Dude, peak bull run, I was checking my phone probably like 100 times a day.
Yeah.
You remember
Just like
opening
being
the
crazy.
exchange and refreshing it just to see the number go up?
That's right.
Just refresh, number go up, number go up, number go up.
I saw that, but I didn't really have the feelings yet, you know. I was
Dude, it's
buying
crazy.
Doge sub penny, and my friend was teaching me how to even like send it on a blockchain because I didn't even know what that was.
I
And
didn't
every
think
time
I
he'd
could get.
refresh, he'd go, "Oh my god, you just made it go up."
Yeah, I didn't think I could get desensitized to money that quickly. Like in the bull, like my account ran up a decent amount, and then it got to that point where I was just kind of like floating, like I didn't really care, like I just wanted more. Hello?
Yeah.
Am I lagging? Hello?
No, you're good. Stopping volume
Okay, no,
candle
my
on the
trading view
5.
froze.
We got to get above that 50 or this means nothing. And watch silver. Silver rips another leg. We're going with it.
Rip as in up or down?
Down.
Oh. I thought rip
Either
meant
way.
up.
Either way. Wherever silver goes, we follow at this point. Well, until it starts to really pump and we just sit still and don't do shit like we've been doing. So you don't want to react to any of the bullish catalysts, but the second there's a bearish catalyst, you want to jump on the silver train. Let's see. We've swept. They were, right? We were, if we turn on the dead bodies, we'll see we were pretty thick here underneath. And we were literally just riding that support.
Dbloc, if I'm trying to get out, what's my best case scenario if I'm trying to like pull out of my Bitcoin?
Green candles? Best case scenario?
Best case scenario.
Maybe 90, something like that, the way it's looking right now. Maybe. You're lucky.
And the probability is pointing towards that direction as we speak.
No, the probability is pointing towards the shit's gonna drop.
Use Polymarket.
So the probability is that we're gonna dip even lower. I mean, I'm well aware of this. So not financial advice. Hit for your rescue ship.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for, a good solid one.
What would that rescue ship be?
I can't tell you the future, bro. We're all watching the
I know,
same thing
but
for the same reason. We'll squeeze up through these liquidations as much as we can, and we'll take what we can get off the tops.
I mean, we got a bunch of liquidations I can see up top of us.
Yeah.
So we should wipe those out, correct?
Yeah.
I'm just playing ear by ear. I'm gonna take some out. If we go higher, I'm gonna just keep taking out. You know, I'm the dude on that Titanic saying I am with child.
DCing out is a good idea, I think, if we start going up, because you're not going to be able to predict the top.
Thank you, Dbloc.
Got you, bro. At least you're holding Bitcoin and not like 40 alts, though.
Yeah, don't be like Ryzen, who held like 30 alts during the Bitcoin bull.
Yeah, no, I'm over that.
Yo, wild boy, Mike.
Is that my guess?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yo, man, are these guys done yet, man? Damn.
What's going on, Drew?
Yo, Drew.
Nah,
Bleeding over here, you know.
it's
Oof.
cooking up. Yeah, we were just talking about a rescue ship. Thing is, sometimes that rescue ship comes and there's some duct tape covering a hole and there's only one paddle and you're like, I'll take the next one, you know? And then the next one's like a log with a snake
I don't see a
on it.
rescue ship coming. I see a sinking Titanic.
You
Yeah, I have
gotta
a
find
theory.
a
I
half
have a
broken
theory that
man.
I have a theory that has to do with CZ and USD1, which was kind of like what I was trying to push, but it ended up being the poison for my theory, basically. And I think somehow Trump crew convinced CZ to like stack up because they really want USD1 dominance, and the only way they're going to get that is by people selling their Bitcoin or big dogs. And I think Trump and them convinced CZ to let go of some of his stashes to get some USD1.
I think it's just a bear market, man. I'm really not trying to overcomplicate it.
I'm looking for something nice.
Like, this shit just played out
You
too
always doing that,
perfectly
bro.
by timing.
Busting out the tinfoil hats.
But every bear market has news
You know.
attached. There's always catalysts, right? Whether it was going to happen or not happen, there's always catalysts that speed it up.
I'll tell you what the next catalyst is gonna be.
See, because like me, man, I'm just like, I lost big on WLFI, and these guys were kind of blowing it. And like, I'm just, I take notes on patterns, and I'm just kind of, I try to compare things from the macro to the micros of what I see in the degen channels and the trenches compared to these guys, what they do in the macros. And I'm thinking they got some of the same techniques, man. And the WLFI scenario, it's like when they're pushing it, they were already on their way transferring it onto USD1. And now it's like they're big, they're everyone's talking point in that camp right now. It's like they just basically, they don't care about WLFI. They're just like stable. You got to be comfy and stable. Stay comfy and stable. And, it's just, their stable dominance is going up. And I think that's their end game goal is they need USD1 dominance. And they basically convince some of their holders to be like, yo, just stable up, even sell your WLFI if you have to,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm still holding the bag. And Binance, they went gung ho with USD1. I was like, what's this going on? I mean, first CZ gets a pardon, and then all of a sudden they're just pushing USD1 really hard and making all these competitions. And it's just, I don't know.
Oh, did he get completely wiped, Neve? I figured. I assumed that's what happened, but bro, we saved that guy from complete destruction at least twice. And he just kept doing the same shit.
Do we still have that massive buy wall under us on Kiyotaka?
Let's see what we're looking like.
Kiyotaka.
Also, what was that chart that you were looking at that had them bubbles?
300, 200. I mean, there's a grid. There's a grid from 69. Basically, the macro support that we're looking at, that whole thing is a grid with buys. We are starting to see finally some bullish pressure on the book. Right, when you have your green underneath, the yellow's extreme bullish pressure. So you're starting to see the bulls fight back here. as we come through these buy walls. And then we've got that 492. The big one. That's been removed. That 1,000 Bitcoin that was sitting at 82 is gone. I think they split it into 2 orders here. 533, 588. Because it opened right when that one closed. What happened?
Aren't we coming down a little too fast?
Yeah. Yeah. Can't keep this pace. Bull market will be done in 2 months at this pace if we keep going like this. Which is why I'm playing into this support resistance. We are at a, what is a almost 6-year of 5-year support resistance flip that I don't expect to break on the very first attempt. A little bit of consolidation, and then when that breaks, that's when we go into our capitulation. Pretty quick 50% drop over 3-4 months, taking us down to mid-40s. It's all quiet, like a funeral in here when I say that. Like, everybody should be excited about that shit. Although I do understand that everybody wants to squeeze a little bit more out of this, you know, first.
Yeah, I'm like, right now, I'm trying to save dry powder to like 59K. I'm like, that's what I'm hoping for, 59K target on Bitcoin around there.
Yeah, don't go crazy trying to snipe the very bottom. Just DCA into what's good, you know, entries, and you know how that shit goes. Wait for something to break. Something's gonna break, you know that, right? You just gotta wait for it. What happened?
What'd you say that made everybody quiet? I just stepped away from
Oh, whenever I start talking about like bottom of the bear market or that capitulation down to 40 or whatever.
I'm excited for that. I can't wait.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I've been looking forward to this bear market, and me and Mike were talking about this shit way back. Like before we even hit, like right as we hit 100K, we were already like licking our chops for the bottom of the bear. It could have happened in a much nicer way, though. Yeah, it wasn't very kind, but
I just hope it takes its time because I'm waiting on some checks and it's gonna take like another month and a half for me to get them probably.
Oh, you got time.
So I'm like, all right, I'm like, please just go slow, whatever you do. I don't want the bull market to come back too quick, and you know.
Yeah, you got time. October 6th, 2026. Between the 5th and the 6th, I'm gonna give myself a 48-hour window.
How did you land on that exact date?
Just timing. Right, our timing for the top by date was 24 hours from the top, October 6th. Bull market lasts exactly a year.
Nice.
You guys remember when we were going into the top of the bull market, I said I was gonna play this by timing. Like when anybody asks for like bull market targets, it's like I can give you the targets that I'm looking at, but time is more important than anything. And even I questioned it towards the end, right? Liquidity was piling up. It looked like they could really pull a fake out here, pull a fast one. And even though we were done by timing, there were other things that I still needed to see fill out before I was 100%, right? We de-risked on the 9th. Everybody that was here remembers that because of M2, right? So we took profits 3 days from the top, 2 days from the top, and then continued to take profit and sort of trade accordingly depending on the metrics that broke. I'm proud of how like mechanical we were with it. There was not a lot of emotions. I was in other channels where people were losing their shit. And we played this one by the book, y'all. In my opinion, to say so myself.
I think I need 2 more rounds of this to get it good.
Well, just make sure that the next round you play it safely. That way you're learning while the money's bubbling up.
Yeah. But I think I want like 2 more bears, 2 more bulls, and different, QE, QT type things. But I don't know if they'll give me that time, but that'd be great.
This was a QT bull, right?
Yeah. RH, I'm not looking at the Discord right now. I'll take a look at it though. Just send it to me in a DM if you want me to look at the indicator.
Freaking sold all my Pokemon cards, Dbloc.
Hey, did you get
What?
Did you get good return on it, or?
I mean,
We're not talking about emotional. Like, did you get your money's worth? I know you probably didn't want to part with some of them, but we can't count that.
there were like ones that would have been stupid, like financially dumb if I didn't sell them. Like I pulled chase cards of sets, graded them, they came back a 10, so I was like out barely any money because I was getting MSRP drops. But I think like during last summer when I was really excited, I did buy things at market at the time, just like with all that crypto money. But when it calmed down and I got more like aware of my surroundings and was able to make like target drops and stuff like that, I wasn't out much money. So yeah, I did sell cards that were chase cards and I would have loved to still have them, but I sold those, and then now I still have ones that are on display and like my glass hutch and everything, but I'm just gonna get rid of them.
Listen, you take that money, you do what you're supposed to, you flip it, and you'll be able to buy those cards back at retail and not even be worried about it at resale, and just to have them, no harm, no foul. Like any day now, Crypto is gonna start selling his Bugattis again. We're at that part.
Oh, that guy that sells his cars?
Yeah.
Wait, didn't he sell his cars? Because he's always been in Ubers in his last videos and stuff.
He bought him. He's bought him back. He bought like 2 more. Yeah, but he's probably just gonna drive them for a couple months and get rid of them again. I mean, it's not a bad idea, bro. You get like watches, right? Like you get to wear your asset, enjoy your asset. They're pretty much liquid at that level. Maybe you take a little bit of hit on them, but I mean, for the most part, it holds its value.
Yeah,
and if you're smart, it
on
goes
my
up.
motorcycle, and that's the reason the one I got, it holds its value a lot. So basically, I'd only be taking about $500-$700 on the chin if I sold it.
Bro, you could easily do that.
Yamaha.
And then when you decide, like just to make it simple, say like Bitcoin, right? Like that's your motorcycle Satoshis. However many coins that bought, and then at the top of the market, maybe you can get 3 bikes, or maybe you get a car and a bike, or maybe you know what I mean. But you just make sure that you get back that thing that you wanted, that you sold.
It's like pawning.
A better version of it. That's what I try to do.
Yeah, better version. Yeah.
All right. I'll take a look at it when I do my research here in a bit. I'm waiting for my food to get here.
But yo, man, with October 10th, man, I know people always look for excuses, man, but there's some shiesty stuff that happened on 10/10 regarding like CZ and the Trump crew and WLFI and Binance and their stables mixed with US. It's like it's dirty.
Yeah,
work,
yeah.
Man.
We basically understand how it happened, and it definitely was. It was those 3 stables that depegged that caused all the auto deleveraging.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking of filing a complaint, like an official complaint.
I don't think you're the only one. There might actually be. I mean, you don't want to get into one of those like mass ones because everybody just ends up with 50 cents.
I want to do it on my own.
Yeah. But you can look at the research they're doing, right? Because they've got lawyers doing the work, and then you just use that research, and then you file your own sort of.
because they had some inside stuff going on, and they're like, they're doing it like the DGens do it now. They're just like shilling hard when they're selling. Every tweet, like when they hit the tweet, they're like, bang, they're selling on the tweet, and their tweets are saying, hold, accumulate, be strong, and they're
Yeah.
just selling on your head.
Nasty work.
It's crazy looking back, man. When Biden put on those laser eyes in February 2024, that kind of set it off. We were at like around 50K, I think, 45, 55K. And that's when we went to like straight all-time highs. And everyone thought Trump was going to push it higher. I mean, he helped push it, when he got nominated. But then it was just
The
like, it
tariff
seemed like
shit
their
killed
bags were
us,
packed
bro.
already. Yeah, they
This
were tariff.
tariff,
Yeah, but
the tariff shit
yeah.
killed us, bro.
Well, I think they already sold by the time they put out the tariff news.
Sure.
Like most of their bags of black liquid that they wanted to let go, and they're, now
Don't
probably going to
forget that he
accumulate once
5x'd his net worth with Trump coin before the election was even like literally from 2 billion. If at the end of his presidency, Trump coin is anywhere near launch, which I think it's probably underneath launch right now, isn't it? But
yeah.
if it was at launch, he would have 10 bill out of the mix. So he would have 5x'd his entire net worth on one play. And we're waiting for him to pump Bitcoin. Hey, it's a good deal if you can get it. I'm never gonna knock anybody's hustle, and he didn't break any laws. Played that one by the book.
I'm like, damn, Elon, you can't even throw us a bone with Doge, just like a little bit, man. Can you, I mean, dude, just see you tweeting like Pepe memes and all this other garbage. Like, yo, just throw us a bone. We're dying out here.
I think he threw us a solid bone with the Doge thing. Department of Government Efficiency.
Well, yeah, that was a bone. We took
Bro,
advantage
we
of
should
that.
have known.
Thank him for that.
Listen, we should have known at that point. Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I knew at that point when I stopped sort of playing with it. But we should have known that having the president of the United States and government officials every single day say the word Doge and price not move, that it was a wrap.
Yeah.
There's nobody there to react. Can you imagine in 2020 if the president of the United States would have said the word Doge? What would have happened to price? I mean, Elon just whispering about it would send it crazy. And now you've got literally the leader of the free world saying Doge every day. And yeah, he's not talking about the coin, but that's never mattered before. It's crypto. We don't care if it makes sense or not. He said Doge, buy Doge. But yeah, just didn't work like that.
That's why I just can't get around to the fact that people say we didn't have a euphoria phase. We did, but it was just different.
We didn't have the euphoria that people are used to where every single coin, just because it's an alt, goes up. Right? That the tide that lifts all boats or whatever. Right? We didn't have that. We had a popcorn alt season where certain sectors popped, and if you were good at narrative rotation, then you got to capitalize off of it. If you weren't and you just chased the narrative whenever you started hearing about it on Twitter, then you probably ended up bag holding a bunch. Lessons were definitely learned. Like I said, this is the first quantitative tightening bull market. Anybody that tells you that they knew how this was going to play out from the very beginning is foolish. Because we had no precedence for it. Now, what's not excusable is not pivoting once it becomes obvious, right? Like, good halfway through this bull market, it was obvious that things were going to work a little bit differently. Yeah, I mean, easy is subjective, I guess, YG, but yeah, let's just say the learning curve has gone up in crypto. It's very hard to stumble and like bumble into something that changes your life. Like 2020, if you just put enough money in something and, you know, didn't sell it, then you failed forward. Nice. That short's paying off right now. For, oh wait, yeah. Mike, you're still in that silver short, right? You are still early. When somebody tells you that you're still early, you need to stop them and ask them what time frame they're talking about. First of all, because yeah, there was people telling latecomers that they were still early. But if you want to talk about, you know, 10-year span or where this is all going to end up, then yeah, I think you're still early.
I'm seeing if 76.9 breaks on silver, that 70 is near at that point.
This shit is so disgusting.
Yep.
We love to talk about manipulation in crypto. We have nothing on metals.
Nope.
My physical's getting shinier though.
Yep. Good going.
It's really not what we need right now for Bitcoin though. This couldn't be worse timing for silver to
Yeah,
do
Bitcoin
this.
took this little fall here. All right, so
The last two drops have been like right on silver's red candles.
yeah. This next one, if it's under that 71.8 to 71.7, will really bring on some movement, you know, breaking that 69 level.
Kind of surprised by how alts are holding up though. Is it just me?
Well, I tell you, XRP is gonna be in a free fall here in a few minutes. I'm seeing after 43.3, we've got a drop possibly to 135 and then 125. And the bottom of that would be 121.50.
Yeah, Sol has a really scary drop underneath it too if it goes any lower. All the ones that
Did Sol
performed
break
well.
88?
It's at 89. It dropped to 89 too.
Yeah, if 88 hits that, then it's at, I think we get 76.
Yeah.
You see lower than 76?
Long term?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like 56?
I
Yeah.
see.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing things.
I see 20s. Like,
Yeah, 25. Yeah, I can see it. But
this
oof,
is my soul chart here. And we are underneath the
there.
bottom or there is nothing under here to catch price.
No, that's true.
Our next high volume nodes come in at 31, 25, something at 58, maybe up there. But yeah, once that goes, it's getting cheaper, which is exciting. I don't mean to sound like sad about it, but I just know that people are not out of positions, man. I'll be honest with you. That's why it's like I can't sound super excited about lower numbers because I know this is gonna wreck so many
that's
people.
That's how I always feel. I don't want to come in and sound that because when you're underwater and these things, it's hard to hear.
Yeah.
River is possibly taking another move back down to test that 12 area, and if in fact that it moves past 11, there's $8 coming, $8 and $7.24. So this little gap between where we are now and river can extend quite far if it gets some acceleration.
Silver's still going for it. Man, these people at Comex need to be arrested.
Yep, it's amazing. Has Doge broken underneath 10 cents yet? Because I believe it will. Let's see. It's at 10.28, y'all. And it's right on the line.
Doge to 2 cents.
So I do see 2 cents, and I am sorry, but I talked about 2 cents a long time ago. Joe will tell you that. We had a scary day one day looking at the charts. And anyway, so may not happen, but it's there.
I think so. Doge is dead.
How would we even choose what thing to buy with prices like that on all of these things?
You remember
Only
what it was
Bitcoin,
like at the
only
bottom of
Bitcoin.
the last bear? It was fun. Mostly, you're gonna concentrate on new cycle coins. You're gonna concentrate on coins that prove themselves through this cycle. So for me, Sui sort of lands in that box. There's a couple that have made it to where you know that okay, they're probably still gonna be here in the next 10 years. But besides that, you're looking at new cycle coins, in my opinion. These are the ones that have no underwater holders overhead. You're gonna be in price discovery first. Right, and then you sort of let things bubble up. Soul has put itself into that sort of ETH category for me now. right? Where okay, it's just Soul's not going anywhere in the next 2-3 cycles. You know, Sui, in my opinion, is not going anywhere in the next 2 or 3 cycles.
So it's just
What
meme coin
I'm
hype
looking
now.
at is Toncoin. I don't know if anybody else is, but um, I'm kind of been watching that one for several months now, and it may be in a level where I don't see it dropping too much. I feel like it's gaining traction, so that's one I've got on my radar.
That Telegram's coin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the easiest way to onboard. You saw what happened during the tap tap game era when everybody was playing Hamster Combat and all that. Like they onboarded so many people.
Dbloc, correct me if I'm wrong, but Solana really only got such a great price increase because of the trenches, right? Largely because of the trenches.
Wasn't just that. I mean, they increased their throughput. They proved that they can survive without shutting down. They've got institutional interest when it comes to instant settlement, sort of fast transaction sort of thing. Like I think when Nasdaq gets tokenized, you're gonna have Ethereum as the main sort of settlement layer, ledger layer, and then something fast like Solana for high frequency trading.
I believe XRP just gained kind of a slot in that spot, even though XRP is not doing well at the moment. But I believe that there's a with Evergrande, which is similar to the strategies formula.
Yeah.
So I think that they're trying to do the same thing with this Evergrande and XRP to have it provide liquidity.
Yeah, it's gonna be
And Bank
interesting
of
to see
America
how it
also
ends
just
up.
put their eggs in that basket into XRP.
Everything at the right price. You know, every coin has a price that I'd be willing to swing at. Well, maybe not every coin. All right, what's the deal here, ETH? What are you gonna do?
All right, Bitcoin is underneath now 71.7, and there's some liquidations down underneath. Oh, there's 71.3. That was quick.
Yeah, this is gonna be fast here.
Oh my goodness gracious.
So people are just hiding out in stable then?
I think so. I can look at the stable dominant or the.
Nice.
Oh, that's not.
We need some aggression here, bulls. Only bullish
Where the bulls at?
argument.
Where the bulls at?
Only bullish argument left here is that this is a spring or a Wyckoff distribution or accumulation.
I was gonna say that I think bears are getting like a nice free lunch, but come to think of it, the last 4 whatever years, They haven't really won much.
Yeah.
They won an alts, but you can't really win as a bear against Bitcoin.
Also just not biting. Dominance must be taking a nice, yeah. One shining light right now. What's happening is that they're yanking silver around by the hoo-has again. Unfortunately, we're sitting on
Well,
pretty
nobody
crucial
should be yanked
support.
by their hoo-has.
Not if you can avoid it. It's usually the thing you try to avoid.
What's that thing called? A wedgie. Oh boy.
Type of money that it takes to dump silver like that. Just to be clear, again, nowhere in the world are you walking outside and buying an ounce of silver for $73. Nowhere on the planet. This is all smoke and mirrors. And if you find somewhere, let me
Definitely
know.
don't open trading view.
Dbloc,
think
it
about
was
link.
Ryzen who I was talking about the other night. Ryzen, I was giving you such compliment because of your
Oh, what'd you say about me,
your
BJ?
Say it again, BJ. Say
I
it again.
said that I was so impressed with you about how you were such a young age, but already working on your investing and your trading skills. And you were hardly out of high school and doing
Oh yeah.
your mining and everything. So yes, I was giving you pats on the back.
Oh yeah. Thanks, BJ.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I've been busy. I took like a 3-month, 4-month break from crypto. Pretty much right after October 10th, I was like, yeah, I gotta take a break, focus on other stuff.
Yeah, that was probably a good idea.
It was. I ended up selling most of my alts around well, after we bounced after that October 10th event.
So that was a good move. See, that you did well
Yeah.
then.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
if
could not
if you'd
afford
have
to
held on,
sell.
yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't afford to sell and then like stay active. I was like, no, I have to sell and then just like come back when the time is right.
Well, very smart. Well, very smart.
Crazy.
Hi guys, I'm new here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, brother?
We can, but I think your YouTube is still on. If that's yours.
Hi guys, I'm new here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got to echo, brother.
But I think your YouTube is still on.
Oh yeah, it's on. Sorry. Wait a second.
Yeah, you got to echo, brother.
Just mute your mic if you're not talking.
No, it's just the YouTube volume. He's got it up high in the background. Well, it's not just silver. They hit
So I
gold,
think I turned
platinum
off
too.
all the mics.
You're good, brother.
What's the plan right now?
Pray. Depends on your position. You short or are you long?
The velocity looks like it's going to come in pretty strong here, so I'd be watching my chart.
The book is still so thin right now. Oh, actually, literally just went up. Hello.
Market maker.
Yeah, it's possible. If the sell orders filled into the top
What
side.
you doing, market maker? He's quoting.
109. We were just at 40. Welcome back, brother.
I don't know why, but in Discord I cannot hear the sound. I will check it. Wait a second.
I don't think anybody was talking. Can you hear me?
In Discord I
don't think anybody was talking. Can
He might have deafened instead of muted when he was getting rid of the echo.
He can't hear us, so it doesn't
Yeah.
figure it out. Trying to get some significant buy walls down at 714. Bulls are trying to defend this uptrend. We're on like that small, very small time frame here. Literally real time.
What's that chart? That just ticks.
This is a book map. Yeah, it's real time. But each candle, I believe, is 1 minute candle. Or maybe I have it set to 10-second candles.
Yeah, that thing's cool. With the bubbles.
Yeah, so all you're doing is watching price move up and down through the order book. You really got to zoom into, and then if we put it on smart, And so you can see exactly what part of the order book, where on the order book the green and red deltas came in. You'll notice when the chart stops moving or when the candle stops moving, that it's one specific level getting filled. Not until that level is filled, and sellers either settle to sell lower or buyers settle buying higher. That's when price ends up actually moving. Just one of the tools I'm going to use to teach candles when we start when we get in Cypher School. The amount of people that don't understand how a candle's formed or like its relation to the order book is quite high. Yeah, it's book map. Very glitchy right now though. So this vector recovery is what we're watching on the book map. 7254. Become the book map. Squeeze this down. Grab a line. So the top of that vector, that 7254 full vector recovery, is this yellow line. Yep. Gold's already dropping. When your fallen knife catchers start putting their gloves on. Bears have control of the tape right now. We've got our grid underneath us. Heavy sell pressure. Sell. The book gets really light at about 7-1. We drop through 7-1, a trip to 7-0-4 would be pretty quick. Doesn't take a lot of money at all to buy that section of the book there. And to the top side, we need to get above 7-1-6. We get above 7-1-6, we should be able to squeeze to like 7-2, 7-2-4 without too much interference. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. My food's here, gang. I'm gonna eat real quick.
I cannot say the same.
Hey, what happened? Yeah, we went down again. Damn, Joe, you're gonna have all the crypto. You're gonna have to start the Joe Aspen crypto exchange. Yeah, they don't have much left to give, huh? Interesting. Should I add to my log now? It's really small because I fell asleep, but I could add to it now, or I could wait till 60s. Dbloc said he was going to build it down. He was going to build his spot on Bitcoin. I forgot where his cutoff point was, though. Yeah, that's it. I don't trust nothing, Joe. Either Bitcoin or gold or silver. That's it. Let me go see what the silver did. Yeah, silver's moving between like 72 and 90. That's crazy. It's back down 77. Doesn't sound like a bad spot to buy it with a stop loss. The ticker for silver is XAG for crypto. You should be able to get it anywhere. I'm on weeks though. I got XAG is silver. Gold is PAXG. You might just. I'm interested to see. Maybe look up PAXG. See, it should come up. Oh, come on. We're here at the chart. Get up and go buy no gold. Buy it. I'm trying to trade it right here, right now. At least you could buy something that's going to have a chance to go up and not just keep going down all the time. Yeah, Bitcoin. I mean, we are at the macro structure break or under it. I mean, we gotta go up. If we don't, we're gonna go down way more. I'll add a little bit. Let's see. All right, I added a little more. Just a little sprinkle. This is the lowest price I've paid for Bitcoin all year. Man, can you believe the 2020 all-time high is right down there at 69,000. That's got to be a bounce. Put that 69,000. I'm gonna buy all the way down to there. I know Dbloc can't be asleep at 11 o'clock at night. I'm buying. I'm gonna buy some more, man. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for 69 flat. I see Trump elected down there. I see 2020 all-time high down there.
Pretty sure I said something today, but just to be on the safe side, I better say something else, just in case I'm wrong. Hi.
Hey,
What's up?
greetings.
Ratings. I keep getting stopped out.
No. I'm willing to add here. I'm buying $1 at 400x as it comes down. So far, I'm up to 2,000. By the time we get down to 69, I'll try to have it at least between 4,000 and 8,000. I sold my short at 72,000. And I was happy, but I could have been a little happier. But this is close enough still to me, and I'm more than happy to start going along here.
Where is everyone?
What's going on, chat?
What up, you? I was just about to get off.
Hey.
I only came to see what's going on.
How you been?
I'm good, you know, just keeping busy, partying up. Turned 50, all that.
Hey, happy birthday.
Hey,
How's the party
thank
good? You
you.
had fun?
Yeah, we did like a 2-day partying. I had friends come from different states. It was fun.
Good. Spend too much money, hopefully.
I did, you know it.
Good.
I let
Deserve it.
it
It's 50th birthday. You have to.
50, yo. And I'm buying Bitcoin here for my birthday.
Nice. 50 Bitcoin for your 50th birthday. Sounds good.
I know, right? 50 cents. There's a 5 in there. I'm really expecting this thing to go much lower.
Yeah.
But
You know how it is. It's just starting.
yeah, I was gonna wait till about 68, and then from there, call me crazy if you want to. The 75%. Do the math. That goes where? Because last time we went 75% down.
Yeah, if we smack a little bit off of the top, I'm looking at mid 40s, low 40s personally.
Man.
But it could go lower than that. I just think that these ETF guys might step in quicker than you know. We never had them before, so we don't have to convince them crypto's not dead. They'll be ready to buy once it gets cheap enough.
Like, I was looking at 30s if we break the 64 band, but yeah, but I just put some here. I have been buying since God last year, just buying. I'm just holding on. I turned into one of those. Can't push the sell button, I guess. Because I'm never on. I just don't even look anymore.
As long as it's long term and you don't need the money right now, it's no big deal.
No, I don't. It's just there. I don't have time. But I'm not putting big money like back in the day. Just a little bit here, a little bit there. Just adding like 1,000 here, 1,000 there. Just let it go. This was one of my numbers. 69 was my number, but I'm not gonna fucking wait on it. With Coinbase acting in and out.
Let everything get stupid cheap.
It is when you compare to 125. I mean, it could go down to $10. Who knows? With all the shit happening right now. This doesn't say like it's gonna move up yet. It's not even there yet. I don't see a big move yet, but
There's no volume.
everybody's probably panicking. Oops, sorry. Let me...
I'm only holding ETH, Sol, and Bitcoin, and they are all very close to their stop losses. Like either they go up or they invalidate me and continue to go down. And then, I mean, the real money maker for the bear market's going to be my MicroStrategy short. That is paying off pretty nicely.
I usually always come out in December and then come in around this time. But this year I didn't even come out. I just let it sit. 125 was the top. I don't know if people didn't see that or not. I didn't expect that much. I thought like 110 was gonna be the top.
No, I honestly thought more. I mean, I was looking at 150. It wasn't much. My like bearish case was 125, and then 150 was my base case, and 175 was my bull
Everybody
case.
was waiting on 150. That's the
But people
problem.
were waiting on 250. Some of the numbers, I was bearish with my target. Some of the ridiculous numbers people were throwing around at the end there was like, bro, what are we doing?
No quarters. It's always the quarter. It's like if it hits 150, I'll do the same shit it's doing right now. Dump every quarter. 25, 50, 75, 84 sometimes.
The
It's like,
coolest part is that it topped out right on the day.
yeah.
Like right to the 24 hours where by cycle it should have.
It's good.
I was completely out of the way by the 9th, like 3 days into it.
But January, December?
October.
Oh, October?
Yeah,
Oh.
October 6th was the top by the 9th. Because we were watching M2 here, and October 9th was our big de-risk day. Global liquidity was taking a big dip, and we're like, look, you might want to just de-risk and move stops up and protect your positions past the 9th.
I was still in Turkey then, dude. Partying my ass off, so let's see, 1, 2, yep, second drop should be around 53. And then if we go again, we dump one more time. But the weekly, the 200 day is at 68. That's why I was waiting on 69, trying to like get it on top. 24, 25. Yep. If we do a third wave dump, 24, 25, 25. Why would it came in 31? If it goes down, I'm gonna come back in around 30s. If that's a big if.
The only reason I'm long at all is because we haven't broken that macro support on Bitcoin. I think this would be a really sneaky spot for a quick little mean reversion, and then rip it after they convince everybody that the super cycle's back on.
A couple of weeks ago, I was listening to this channel. Everybody was like calling around 80s. I was like, hell no. When it hit that shoulder at 80, I was like, nope. I won't touch this with your penis.
Thank you.
Like literally, I was like, dude, it's a head and shoulder on the one thing. Why would you go? I mean, I was hoping it would dump so fast and back, but it didn't. It's just taking a sweet ass time. Too many hands of this. And everybody's trashing Sailor again. Sailor trash that guy, and that guy somehow always comes on top.
It's funny. I was looking at an old chart earlier from last bear market, and I had a big, massive red line at like 20 something with like huge letters, micro strategy, margin call. I remember everybody was so worried about it, like what's gonna happen? He's gonna sell all his Bitcoin, and then nothing happened. We went right through it. The world didn't end. He didn't sell a single Bitcoin because of it, and now everybody's saying the same thing. Oh, 70, 72 is the margin call. It's gonna get bad. That man doesn't care. He's on a different time frame.
We are just too seasoned. That's all. Only place Bitcoin really didn't retest is right here, like right this area, because it like kept going. So if this retest passed 1618 is at 69.2, then it may just not even go down anymore.
Well, he didn't sell enough Bitcoin to make a difference. So whether he sold some Bitcoin on the side or whatever, it doesn't, the man's allowed to eat. But it didn't cause a mad, rush to unload all of MicroStrategy's Bitcoin. No, we won't go down forever. We're going down really quickly, y'all. Speed has a lot to do with it. Velocity has a lot to do with it. We can't keep this speed up. And I mean, if we keep this speed up by October 6th, we'll be at 3K. So there has to be at some sort of a relief rally. And I don't say that to say throw all your money in and hope for the relief rally. I say that to say if we get a couple months of up, don't let it convince you that we've seen the bottom and it's time to throw the house at this thing. You know, we just have to breathe.
They did retest here. It did a retest 82. Looks like we did retest this area once. Well, at 74, really. '69 is gonna be funny. 64, 69 area. We'll see. But I bought. See, I'm not like back in the day anymore. I just bought it.
Yeah.
No more sharpshooting. About Doge, XRP, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. That's all I bought. I know you love XRP.
I'll love it more at 60 cents.
Shut up. I don't know if I like that freaking. I mean, it has went so well.
It did okay. It made up for lost time and it held ground, but the problem is since it held ground, it's got a massive gap underneath it. Like if
Yes.
once you break that, I mean 60 cents I think is inevitable. 60, 70 maybe.
Yeah, that scares me, which I don't understand why. So why is this chart doing this stupid thing?
At least you know where to put your stop loss, right? Like
I don't. What is that? Oh, that's Coinbase. This is Bitcoin. So my 200 shows a Binance right here on the weekly, but Coinbase chart doesn't even show a 200. Why? That's so weird. It's a 9. Huh.
I don't deal with anything Coinbase. They won't take my money, so I just pretend they don't exist. That's how I deal with it.
I did. It had a little bit of issues, but it went. You better not go to $1.10. It shows the target is $1.10, but this is so weird. One of my chart, like on the 200 MA, I'm right on it right now. And Binance Coinbase chart, 200 MA is nowhere to be found. Oh, maybe because it doesn't have a history. That's why. Oops. Never mind. I even forgot how to chart shit, to be honest.
That Vanguard emerging markets ETF I was talking about for my rotation into emerging markets, that's down to 382. So I'm going to start looking into that. And the EWJ is just gone. I had to chase. I think it's going to keep ripping. That's the iShares MSCI Japan ETF. We're about to pump their yen to the moon like it's a shit coin. And SKR for some reason is up 5% today by itself. 4%. Labubu is up 3% today. Another win. Another win for your boy. I was so listen. Getting rid of that short was such a good play. Getting rid of that damn Labubu short was such a good play. You got any Labubus hanging off of your purses and stuff? I know you got a Labubu or two somewhere. These little things. This is the high volume node that I want to jump back into the short end. I mean, could this movie really take him back to all-time highs? I don't think so. I think it was enough for like a relief rally, but I'm gonna get carried away, bro. There's no way this thing just keeps pumping, right? Come up to this high volume node. It's gonna stall out. Bottom of this support, and it's gonna give me another short entry.
Yeah, weekly RSI is almost bottomed out, but monthly still has room. But it needs to stay above 40 on monthly. We're not there yet. We're at 44.
What are you talking about? What coin?
Oh, Bitcoin. I don't know. I'm talking to myself. I need to go to sleep. I'm tired. Jim kicked my ass today.
But we just got the 2 o'clock candle.
Oh, hell no. Don't start that.
You're only 59 minutes away from the 3 o'clock candle. How are you going to go to sleep right now?
That's it.
Go to
If
bed.
it's just 59 minutes from an hour later. Look at this, people. Big break and two top exchanges are about to collapse after this crash. Why? Why would the exchange collapse? Like, these people are idiots.
Yeah, Kelly. Oh, that was my phone. The second part of this short's going to be kind of risky.
Pop Mart, what are you guys playing with?
That's Labubu parent company. Makes those little
Oh.
demon dolls that went crazy. Once I started seeing the streamers like make fun of each other for having Labubus, and people were paying, people were literally giving gifts and super chats for people to cut the heads off their Labubus. I was like, yeah, we're topping out. I'm gonna short this thing.
I missed a lot. Yeah, that looks like a new threat. The Soul Shaker shape. That should sprinkle down from there.
Yeah. We're starting to squeeze through some of these liquidations on Bitcoin.
What time frame are you on the BTC?
Oh, just 1 minute.
Oh,
Zoomed in.
I was like, damn, that looks good.
Slowly building out. Let's see what book map's looking like. Green bubbles. More green balls. Let's go.
What on earth? What did I miss? What is that? It
Look
looks
at
like a freaking anal bead.
oh my god. Yeah.
Shania's back.
You
It
do need
does.
some sleep.
But it does. So who did it say
This is the
anal?
order book and the candle building and the orders coming in depending on the size at different points of the book.
Oh my god.
So when you like zoom out, it shows you how big the actual pressure was for the move, right? Was it supported by spot?
Oh. Now it looks like intestines, but when you had it stretched out a little, it looked like anal beads.
I'm not here to yuck anybody's
You
yum.
know what I'm talking about. You know. That blonde chick knew.
Kali said, I always thought they looked like planets. Okay.
Planets? Well,
This is glitchy. I
yeah,
need
anal
to
beads look like planets too.
let me start this over. Yeah, save and exit.
Eliminated pause pass.
Let me try to start that over because it was acting glitchy. Bookmap is a bitch on your PC though.
Said language, sir. I'm a girl. I'm a real girl. Well, last I checked.
Alright, where's this? Okay, load. Ready to start.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody and I wasn't calling you, sir. I was
I'm
talking
not.
about nominated pause pass for you. But,
Girl, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
but no, somebody else swore in chat and I told him to abbreviate.
Yeah.
There
I
we go.
deleted.
See, that's running way smoother now.
Are you the Ion?
AI on.
Um,
Yep, that's me. I'm still here.
Okay. Where on earth did you find that Dbloc?
This is Bookmap. This is pretty old. I usually use it on the PC. I don't use it on my streaming PC because this shit is a hog.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah, this shit is bad.
That looks like molecular stuff. That's pretty cool, actually.
Before we start sweeping.
It's good for people with ADHD, I think.
Yes.
Candles can get boring.
Good morning.
Bitcoin. Show them I know a little bit.
Good morning, bud.
I need to see some kind of a.
Dbloc, can I
Yeah.
ask some TA, please? I missed out a little bit this night.
On what?
Bitcoin, what do you think? Is this ABR current?
We're
last
officially underneath that macro support. We're in the danger zone, so either we prove that we want to sweep this liquidity and get back over some sort of actionable support, or this is just going to continue to bleed down.
Yeah. Okay.
We had those lines in the sand, you know, as soon as we closed underneath that 50 week on that 50 on the 2 week, we knew things would go into capitulation. Now what I'm hoping, the way I'm trading this, is that support that's underneath us, that macro support, I'm expecting that to give us some sort of bounce. But once we lose
maybe
that,
a double tap?
it's possible, or I hit the bottom of the range.
Okay.
But
give us more beats.
once that's done, it's probably just going to capitulate.
Okay. Thanks, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Why are you getting rejected at 7 to 1? Hold on a minute. Yeah. Some resistances here. It's gonna have a hard time passing 7 to 3. when it comes out of this hole. What?
73.8 or 74, just to call it even, is where I need to get above before I can start even
Yeah.
thinking about
Yeah, there's like change
relaxing.
in there. No, no more dead.
Could be a type 4 entry on the 1 minute. CME is looking real lonely up above.
I had buy orders that from Doge for 7 something. I don't even know why I buy that shit, but I do.
Nostalgia.
I know. It is. I'm not knee deep like I used to be. I'm glad I got out of all these back in the day. Jesus Christ. I would have been pissed. I would have been so mad.
It's been bad, man. People round tripped so many coins.
Yeah. I'm down to maybe like 10, I think. So I need to open my own business. This is honestly the markets and everything is just so unpredictable now.
What are you gonna do?
Some are very predictable, like the energy and all that, AI and tech. Other than that, really, there's nothing up and coming like back in the day.
What kind of business you want to open?
That I have too many ideas. That's the problem. I like to do too many things, and I'm good at too many things. That's another problem. You know, usually you limit yourself to what you're good at. I don't know. I always wanted like To be happy, I want a little cafe, like a little restaurant, but turn into a bar at night. They do that in Turkey a lot. Like during the day, they start serving breakfast and they do lunch and dinner, like top of the line. And then after 10, the music starts and turns into a club, and there's nowhere to sit. So I like to do something like that, or then I'm like, do I really want to lock myself down like that? Or just take a main distribution from here to Turkey? Like few products that is here that's not in Turkey that I know will make it. It's pretty monopolized. Like it's gonna take a big fight to get my own distribution. Where
Depends,
else I
right?
don't
You
know.
want to do it for the money, or you want to do it because you love the idea of.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Like I like to make money, but at this time, do I really care that much about? Do I care about money more than what makes me
Do what's
happy?
gonna
What
make you
makes me happy
happy.
is because making money is easy. It's just I don't want to be freaking. I was miserable the last 4 years of my last career. Like I hated every fucking day, everybody that I worked with, and I loved doing it before that. So I don't know if I want to go get into that again. I don't know, something will happen. I almost went half on a beach club in Turkey, but then I backed out. There was a restaurant owner here that wanted to sell me his restaurant for 250K. I was like, whatever, dude, get the hell out of here.
Mm-mm.
Oh, he wanted to partner for 250. I'm sorry. If he would outright sold it, yeah, I would have done it. But he wanted to partner
Was
with
he
a kid.
bringing in the money to justify that? Like, what was?
Hell no. Like, how you gonna make that money on food? You can make that money on food. I can do math quick. And if anybody brings people in, it's gonna be me. It's not gonna be his freaking old nerd boring ass. And I don't want partners. I want to partner up with someone that I can trust my life with.
I'm
And
too
that's all my
hands-on.
success.
Like,
Hmm.
if I want something to change, it's got to change. I go through channels. Like, I'm too hands-on with my shit to have partners.
My husband wanted to do this health tourism. They call it the Turkish Airlines, the Turkish Airlines. Like that is a big tourism sector there. They make a lot of money. It's like a lot of people, women especially, they go for implants too, like eyebrow implants, eyelash implants, breast implants,
Wait,
every
what?
implant. Yeah, everything. You can get
Eyelash
everything.
implants?
Yes, you can get it all in Turkey. They get it all, but mostly they come in for like the breast implants or BBLs. It used to be 75% cheaper than here, but now it's about 50% cheaper. Like for $3,000-4,000, you get breast implants. You get to stay overnight at a really luxury hospital. You have a friend that stays with you. Their meals are included. Their bed is included. It's like a hotel stay, dude.
Hmm.
They do that a lot, but I just didn't want to get into the insurance part of it, you know, because I live here. Like they can't sue me in Turkey. Well, they could sue me in Turkey, but nobody's gonna come to sue me there. But whatever they can't do to me there, they're gonna try to do to me here. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be vouching for that doctor, you know. So I was like, nope, I wasn't. But it is cheap. It was like hair implant for males was like $1,000 when it was over $10,000 here. And that didn't include the rest of the treatments and the medicine. And they were doing it for $1,000. Now I think it's like $3,000 there and $20,000 here. So it's still cheaper. The whole world goes to Turkey for that.
Yeah.
Did they get BBLs for like $3,000-4,000? That shit is so expensive here.
I mean, a BBL I get, but I've never looked at a girl and been like, damn, she would be bad if she just had eyelash implants.
You have no idea what girls do to that stuff. I mean, you see those girls with fake lashes, right?
Yeah, but put on some fake lashes like everybody else. Like, why would you go through a whole surgery? Like, so it's
Because
just permanent fake lashes, basically, is what it looks like.
no, it looks it looks more natural. Those fake lashes, they're because I had it done a couple of times. First of all, they itch a lot. They cost about 100 to 150 bucks, depending on where you go. They itch a lot and they
Man,
only
listen,
last
slap those
maybe
caterpillars on. I'll pretend they look good. We'll both be happy. You
they look
gotta go
really
get a
good.
surgery.
They look really good. Like literally for 200-300 bucks, you can get the implants, and there's like your lashes rest of their life. You know, like even my eyebrows are tattooed because I can't grow any eyebrows. I'm so hairless. So I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna do the eyebrow implant. I have no eyebrows.
Eyebrows make sense, I guess, because it's just like the head, where it's like a hairline. You're just putting in grafts. But
I
just
have no
the
eyebrows.
idea of putting in like single lashes, that's crazy. That operation must be nuts.
No, the nuts part is the head. There's thousands of
I've
pieces
seen the
goes in there.
video. Yeah, I've seen.
No, eyelash one is easy. I trust me, girls. The money is most money is spent by women. It's not man. So they got the man by the hair implants. But like in Turkey, most beauty salon owners, like with the eyelashes and like the nails and the hair and tattoo makeup, they make at least $1 million a year because just Botox itself costs so much. Well, here, like Botox here, just simple Botox here will cost about $700-800. In Turkey, it's still 150 bucks. So it's still cheap. Like for the price you pay here, you can literally get a week vacation and get what you need done and come home still have money in your pocket. There's good money in it, but like I said, I just don't want to deal with people. Like I don't like people anymore. I don't have energy for them anymore. Let's see. Oh damn, eyelash extensions are $300 now. Damn, I used to get it for 50 bucks. That's how long I spent. Nothing itches so bad. Literally between the Botox and the facials and all that, women spend $500-600 a month. That's a lot. I could capture that quick.
Yeah, that's good money.
Hell yeah. Literally, like I had a vocal cord surgery again in Turkey. I literally choked. So, long story short, while y'all were making fun of me, I had a huge growth in there. It was like really big. So I choked on it really bad. And so they were like, they had to do emergency removal.
Nah,
So
YouTube used to be vicious back in the day, man.
what was it, Grambo?
Grambo was the funniest one. I'm sorry. Grambo was the one that I just had to laugh out loud. Because it put all of the things together they said. Like, everybody thought you were super old and a smoker and it's like, bro. And then, but to be fair, these are the same people that thought Pisket was a woman. So.
I thought Biscuit was a woman. I thought she. But you know, like with the anesthesiology and all that, because they put me under for it and all that. You know how much I paid? $1,800 fucking dollars.
Wow.
You know, you can't get an anesthesiologist out of their bed to come in for that price here. That included the surgery, the medicine, everything. I was like, oh my God. I could have even gotten it cheaper, but I wasn't gonna doctor shop for that. That was important for me.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're already getting a discount, you probably just want to get the best over there instead of looking for the cheapest.
Oh yeah, but I didn't listen to the doctor. Like you're not supposed to talk for almost a month.
Oh, yeah, right. Does he know who he's talking to?
you.
Good luck.
I was like, I'll come see you in 2 more years. You remove another one. I don't care. But yeah, they were like, oh no. And the sad part here, VA told me I had to wait. I needed to wait 6 more months and
VA is the worst.
go to therapy and voice therapy and all that. And the doctor over there thought I was lying. He's like, I just can't believe a doctor would tell you that. Looking at what I'm looking at, that thing, when they stuck the camera in there and they said, say A and E, and I said E, it was like another tongue came through my vocal cords. Like it was flipping up and down. They were like, holy shit. And that's been there for over a year. And then they're still telling me they didn't have a surgeon and I needed to wait. It was like, oh no. He was like, I'm surprised you're still alive and this has not turned into cancer. I am a smoker. I mean, I can't say anything, but usually the singers get it and the smokers. Freaking $2,000 for the surgery, the doctor, and everything. That's some bullshit. And I had the doctor on WhatsApp. I was texting him like, "Can I eat this? Can I talk? Can I drink now?"
That's another thing. If you fly over there to get something done, like the follow-up care, where you have to go back to Turkey for follow-up, so you just stay there until everything is done.
Yeah, usually it depends on what you're getting done for, like vocal and all that. It's easy, but like when I had a breast implant, I flew like the 5th day. I flew back the 5th day, and I was sending pictures to the doctor and then his assistant. I just put my business out there, but oh, whatever. They look beautiful. Fuck y'all.
Language now.
I know. Hey, it's dog after dog. Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're a church going man. I forgot.
There's dog after dog.
No, I had I paid $1,100 and it was like a overnight stay. My sister stayed with me. They gave her a bed. All her meals was included in mine. All the medicine while I was there that they were giving me was included. He just wanted a 3-day follow-up, and after that I was following up with like videos and stuff. They're pretty good with WhatsApp, you know. They do video calls with you, make sure you're okay. I mean, they would like for you to stay there, but
I need to go to the dentist. I need to get an implant and probably some veneers at the end of the day, depending. But I mean, shit, if I could squeeze a little vacation out of it too, shit. It ain't even about the money. It's more about, sounds like a vibe.
it is. You do get a whole vacation. So if you're in Istanbul, they even like help you with taking tours and all that. They're really good at it. The tourism is big on it. My brother back in the day got his whole mouth done for like $5,000. Here, one implant is about $20,000.
Yeah, I already know. I'm looking at least like 40K in work here.
Shoot.
That's a Bitcoin shit. The prices I'm waiting for. You want me to spend a Bitcoin on my mouth when I could fly to Turkey and chill out for a week? Shit.
Oh yeah, people usually go do their vacation all that.
One of my homeboys in Colombia, he's always talking about that too. He's like, bro, you can go come to Colombia and get whatever you want done.
Nothing compares to Turkey, I promise. I've been to too many beaches, too many countries. Nothing. None of those countries have the service and the amenities we have on the beach. From like, U.S. is the worst one for me as far as going to the beach, because there's no like bars and restaurants unless you're by a hotel or like a big town or something.
Turkey's the one that has all the cats, right?
Yeah, we do have cats. We have dogs.
That's the shit. I saw there's like cats everywhere. And they're like chilling, they're hanging out, everybody feeds them, nobody's freaking out.
No, nobody, and that's why we don't have rats.
Much rather a city full of cats than a city full of rats, that's for sure.
That's what New York needs. They need to release some out
More
there.
cats.
Those rats might eat the cats.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't throw kittens out there. They gotta be full grown cats, or they're not gonna stand a chance.
No. Oh, my son's wedding was in November. We did it in Punta Cana.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, last time we talked, you were preparing for that. How'd it go?
Oh, I did talk about that. I did come in a little bit, didn't I? It was awesome.
How was DR? DR is nice. If you stay in
We
certain areas.
we stayed in the hotel.
Yeah, that's a good
Because
idea.
they told us, even yeah, I wanted to go walk, and they're like, stay in the hotel.
That's
I'm
a
like,
good
oh,
idea.
really? See,
DR
I've
can
never.
DR is bad. I mean, it depends. They have a reputation for targeting tourists. There was a bad run like a summer ago.
That's what they were saying.
Yeah, yeah.
They were like, please don't go. We had a butler, and then butler was like, I said, I'm gonna meet someone like literally just like 300 meters out of the gate of the hotel. He was like, no, 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 no. I go get it. I was like, what? I was like, it's right there. He goes, no. I was like, oh shit. I was like, okay. He scared the crap out of me after that. We were like, nope. He said, no, don't go out there. But like stuff like that, you'll never. If you don't come out of your hotel in Turkey, you truly miss everything. Like hotels are the most boring
Yeah, I
part.
like to step out. I like to see how people live, like real people live.
Oh yeah, I mean we do go to all inclusive hotels, but we still leave the hotels. So you eat and you gotta take off. But the hotels have so much crap, they keep you busy. They have entertainment and food 24/7, and it's all you can eat. You can drink all day. So it's like most people don't even want to leave. And I'm like, oh, heck no, I'm out. There's way more out there, much better um, scenery than the hotel. Hotel will have a beautiful scenery, but anyways, I wish you would come this year. My son and his wife's friends are coming. It's gonna be like 8 to 10 of them. They're gonna rent a house, Airbnb in Turkey. Like my daughter-in-law fell in love with it. She's like dying to go there every year. So I was like, oh, good.
That's cool. Gonna get some good use out of the house.
Oh yeah, but there is one place that I'm in love with, but my money doesn't reach far. I almost got one this year. I almost got it, but the guy wouldn't. That bastard wouldn't sell it to me for 500K. He ended up selling it for 300K.
Yeah.
I was like, what
But it
the
gets.
hell? I was like, you were supposed to tell me. He goes, well, if you want, I can still sell it for. I'll tell the buyer you're willing to give 500. I said, I'm not anymore.
What am I, stupid? I look like a
Yeah,
fool
like
or something?
dumbass. But I
I'll
almost
give
did.
you
That
305.
you come to that town, you'll never leave. I promise. As much as I know you, you'll never leave that town.
I gotta do some traveling eventually.
I'm looking. I'm still gonna. I'm gonna take a loan when I leave this year. I'm gonna take like 400,000 on a loan, and I'm gonna look. Even if it's just the land, the houses went so ridiculous. Like the land is $500,000, and it's tiny. You can't even get 1,000 square meter land for $500,000. It's sad.
So you just plan on building a house like once every 5 years?
I was hoping like that was my plan, but all the freaking I don't know. It's so expensive. It's ridiculous. Land is more expensive because there's no land left.
We should be going through our real estate cycle here within the next 3 years, so we'll see how everything ends up.
Oh
But
yeah, I'm
it's
not
about
touching
time for
anything
that
here.
bubble to pop again.
Yeah, I'm not touching anything here till the bubble pops and even if the bubble doesn't pop, the interest rate needs to go come down back
Yeah.
to threes. Even at 5, I might get something, but not right now. And that's why I backed out. We actually applied for the loan. We were approved, and 3 weeks ago I backed out because it's a HELOC. It's
Yeah.
7.5%, and that's because we have perfect credit. I was like, wow, 7.5. I was like, that's too much.
You don't want to get one of these 50-year mortgages that they're offering now?
Um, you know, I would do it.
That's like
I
a
would do it.
generational mortgage, right? Like you know that you're leaving the rest of that to your children.
Yeah, no, hell no, I wouldn't. But the thing is, if the interest rate was like at 3%, I'll still go for 50, and I'll just pay it early, as long as they don't
Yeah.
have a penalty for paying early,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
true.
But you know, like with USA, when we bought my car, and 2 years later, I was like paying it off, and they called him. They were like, "Why do you want to pay it off?" I was like, "Why not?" She said, "Well, that makes you a risky customer." I said, "What?" They're like, "Well,
Because they're not
no
going to get
banks."
all the interest that they, yeah.
Yeah, they were like, "It's gonna be hard for you to get a loan from a bank again." I said, "Well, I don't need no damn loan from you rest of my life. I just did this so my credit keeps running. Like, get out of here." Because my car's in Turkey now, so this new car, whatever I buy, I'm trying to buy it like cash. I'm not trying to give nobody no interest money. They can kiss my ass.
We did the
Language.
math on what the interest would be for the 50-year loan. I mean, for the 50-year mortgage.
This is
Ridiculous.
ridiculous.
You're almost paying double. In some
Double.
cases,
It should
more,
be more
depending on
than.
what you get.
It should be way more than
Yeah.
double. That's ridiculous. Oh, well, it depends on the percentage, though. Like, they need to pull it down to 3. I think Trump's gonna do it right before he leaves office. Oh my God. You know what? I stayed up again.
Yeah, you're supposed to be going to sleep.
My eyes were literally closing. I was so tired.
Man, they're just copper looks bullish, yeah. What's interesting to me is like also nickel, right? Because the fact that copper and nickel didn't fall directly off a cliff when silver went down to 70 lets you know that that silver price for 70 is a lie. It's complete bullshit. Because there's no reason for copper and nickel to be holding their ground if silver isn't still too expensive, right? Because those are the metals that they go to when silver gets out of control. And copper hasn't fallen through this big ass gap yet. Basically holding ground. Nickel doesn't look that horrible either.
Has anyone started using peptides in your group? Does anyone have a feedback on that?
I use peptides for some skin stuff, and then I eat collagen peptides.
Injectables?
No, I'm not good with needles. I'm not, yo, straight up. Straight up. I'd have made the worst dope fiend ever.
I'm petrified of needles, man.
I'd have been like, you do it, bro. I can't look, bro. You do it.
I don't like needles. I don't like sharp objects of any kind, really.
So this is nickel.
I do my own shots. I do my own shots. I don't mind needles.
Yeah, I've never been good with needles. Nickel, I'm looking for 22. And then probably higher at that point if silver still becomes, if physical silver, let me get that right, not paper silver. If physical silver stays at the prices per ounce, nickel can't do anything but go up, in my opinion. When silver's too expensive, they have to use silver nickel in processes, industrial processes. So.
I have about 50 pounds of pennies. How much is that gonna cost soon? With the copper going up.
Are they all copper?
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have
So
pennies
now,
no more. Pennies are gone.
I know I've been saving them past 15 years. All my quarters, nickels, all my change has been saved past 15 years. I have jars and jars, popcorn jars full of it.
I'm not sure how it works with coins. You know that there's a law that you can't melt coins for metal.
How would they know?
I know that's like, how do you enforce that? But there's like an actual law in the books.
I saw that you can't do. I was like, how are you gonna know? Get out of here. I mean, one day I need to sit down and see if there's any old ones and damage, like the ones with mistakes and stuff. One day I started with the quarters. I was like, nope. About 2 hours into it, I was like, nope. I can't do it. I wish there was a machine I could just run it in where it will tell me. Because some of those are worth a lot of money. I have some old pennies too.
Oh, you mean that you could check each quarter to see if, yeah, no, that's a
I
pain.
tried, but I'm telling you, like, my pantry is full. There's no way. It would take me a month. So I figured it'd be easier just to melt it if it's gonna cost a lot of money. Not melt it, but sell it as a whole to somebody that wants to buy copper. Which I don't know why copper would be so expensive. They just don't know what to pump anymore.
No, I'm telling you, so when silver gets too expensive, they have to go to copper and nickel for industry. Like that's the only thing that they can use, like actually use for production. And silver's way too expensive right now. So it's either make products go through the roof or control the price of products by using copper and silver. I mean copper and nickel instead of just silver. Yeah, well, you got to get like the old pennies to get copper pennies.
They have the old ones and the new ones. I don't know what the heck is in I saw my Iraqi dinars. Iraqi dinar didn't move at all. I thought I was gonna be a millionaire, dude. Maybe
You
my
need a community takeover. You know when those shit coins die and then go flat, and then somebody has to come in and take over the community and start pumping it again, start shilling it. That's what they mean.
Oh, BTC gonna dump again.
Possible. The bulls are just way too aggressive, man. I don't understand. I thought I talked to the bulls like 3 days ago. I put out a call to all bulls and I was like, listen, if you just stop 100xing for a week and just buy spot, I promise you we'd be looking at a different chart. But no. Everybody wants to put the pedal to the metal, 100x, balls to the wall. We're gonna sweep through liquidity. Let's go look at Shania's beads. They're about to get active here.
Oh, Shania's beads. There's the anal beads. Seriously, looks like genetics lab screen right here. Let me see when they stop making them copper. I don't have those for so long.
Let me put these on 1 minute candles. Alright, so these should be 1 minute candles now. Which means if you're on the 1 minute chart and you're looking to see if this is gonna hold, this candle right here is being built here.
$82. Is the nickel made of nickel?
No, they're all like alloys now, but the penny when they got rid of it cost 4 cents to make. The nickel cost about 9 cents or 10 cents to make. Like what? Who is running the show here? Like, who thought that was sustainable?
1982 is when they stopped making it.
The
It's all
last
tuna.
time that we got rid of a coin was the half penny. And we went from the half penny to a penny, which meant that every item that you bought was rounded up half of a penny, and people lost their shit over it.
Mm-hmm.
And now we went from the penny to 5, so that means that we 5x'd the roundup, right? The minimum price has to round to the 5 cents now instead of to the penny. But nobody cares.
So nickel is 75% copper and 25% nickel.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a lot of copper.
Copper and nickel mesh good. I mean, copper and copper and nickel mesh good together. And they imitate silver on a, like I said, in a bunch of different processes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Freck. I mean, whatever they tell me I need, I'll go with it. I'm sure I probably need a couple crowns as well. I like to eat, man. I put my chompers through some shit.
Yeah, did you see that? Treasury Secretary talking about they won't bail out Bitcoin. I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
Where do I sign up for my check? What do you mean?
No, they said they won't bail out Bitcoin.
Oh, won't. Well, yeah. Well, but
Yeah.
to be honest, like there's a class action suit right now for people that are suing Prize Picks and the sports betting app for the money that they lost betting. Like, what are we talking about?
What?
You remember when Congress was talking about people trying to get people's money back that lost their money in meme coins? Like, how do we do? Like, no. What do you mean? You lost. You took a bet. You lost. You take that L. I mean, to be fair, they do it to the bank, so I get why people think like that's acceptable. But you start covering losses. I mean, I'm not mad. I'll take a check. I got plenty. You want me to? Where do I sign my losses?
Yeah, so, I mean, they did a crappy job at FTX on Voyager. Shit, I got maybe 10% of what I had in Voyager.
I found my FTX shirt the other day. I was laughing. I was doing some laundry and I pulled it. I was like, what is this? And it said FTX 2021 risk assessment team. That shit is going in the museum in the future.
Nobody talks about him anymore, huh?
Nah. DZ is the new boogeyman. Well, the old boogeyman, new boogeyman. Sam will be back though. Mark my words. And people will forget, or people that don't know won't, you know.
That's the American way.
It's like Do Kwon. There's some people just don't go away. Or like what's his name, Justin's son.
Mm-hmm. I don't. They've been hating on CZ past few days.
Mm.
A lot of hate on him now.
You know, nobody
know.
like wants to talk about is Richard Hart. Shitted on everybody, came out and basically admitted it, gave some bullshit ass apology, and nobody even like.
Yeah, what the fuck happened? What happened? Whatever happened to that guy?
And bro, he took that sacrifice wallet, bought a bunch of Louis Vuitton luggage, and designer shit, and stunned it on everybody for years, while everybody defended him. I'm from New York City, bro. I know a quick talker when I know when. Like, he was too smart. He was really, really, really educated on blockchain. Like when you would hear him talk about blockchain, he knew his shit. But he talked too quick.
But he's not in jail, is he?
No, he's not in jail. They were gonna sue him, but then when Trump took over, the SEC dropped all crypto cases, and his was one of them. He got lucky. Haktua girl got lucky.
Oh my god! No,
Yeah.
I remember Hart in his Louis Vuitton bags and Gucci outfit.
What a douche.
I remember that. I don't know how you
Bro,
remember.
I have never seen like, and he was standing there in a literal throne, like a literal red velvet gold gilded throne with glow in the dark Louis Vuitton luggage, giving you his sacrifice wallet, talking about here, you know, whatever you sacrifice, you send 2 ETH, I'll send you 2, you know, what was it, Pulse ETH, or what? Like, what are we talking about?
Jeez.
And then he's like, well, you know, we don't need exchanges. We're gonna have a. He was basically trying to start like a parallel crypto market where he had a copy of everything over here, over there. And my whole thing was, why would anybody choose your version of anything over the real thing? One. And two, calling that shit a sacrifice wallet was such a genius idea.
Little chubby man that could. Hey. Good times, good times.
We're at that uptrend now. You know the story all too well. Slow breaking W's. Create bullish channels or bearish channels. Hey, see, I said there was only 59 minutes left to the 3 o'clock candle. Now there's only 7 minutes left to the 3 o'clock candle. See how fast time flies? But UK comes in at 3:30, and being this close to a session turnover, I mean, almost irresponsible not to stay up.
What is that Bitcoin? What is that? Ouch. Next dump is gonna be hard.
Yeah, I was just about to pull the measured move from that.
No. 6 to 7 income.
6, 7.
I don't know.
Somebody's kid just had a fit. Somewhere in the world, somebody's kid is listening right now and they're running around the house. Here for it. That is not the sweep of liquidity that we want, but if I'm completely honest, it's the sweep of liquidity we've gotten for the last 3 days in a row. I would not be surprised here, y'all. You missed yesterday's call. Yesterday's call was epic. Pulled the fractal from like 3 days ago. Smacked that shit beautifully. Not bad, Sample. That's good. Now she's ready for the day. Damn, market maker. If you need help, blink twice. I'm not saying anything, but I'm just saying, never known you to leave this much money on the table. Times have got to be rough at the old M&M offices. It's a market maker I know would rip the faces off of these shorts right now. But, you know, not judging. Just saying.
Good night from me. I'm gonna call it. I'll try to come by here and there.
Get some sleep.
Rambo out.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
All right, we ready here? We need dominance to drop here if you're holding anything besides Bitcoin right now. So that the alts don't overreact to this sweep. I like that. We're at 170 viewers and 176 likes. That's a breakout, yo. We're pumping. About to long the chat. It's too late for actual air horns. If I blast the air horns right now, wake people up and price isn't pumping, they're gonna have my head. This is the last candle of Asia. They're just bringing some yang into their yin. Let me draw out their session. Oh, it's actually way higher than I thought it was, damn. This was not a normal Asian session here. Quite extended. All right, we got to get through the dead gap between Asia and UK, and then UK's target is going to be 71.6. The way that they react to that should let us know what to expect for the rest of their session. Let me drop a line where UK starts. There's more. I mean, there's more above, but there's more immediate liquidations underneath us. Right? In other words, these are cheaper. Liquidations above are more expensive because you're fighting sentiment to get there. Liquidations underneath already have the bearish sentiment. All market maker has to do is stop providing liquidity and price tends to roll down. So market maker be more than happy to get that liquidity above. But we have to stop doing this shit. Respectfully. This shit, not gonna cut it. Too much money, too easy to get, too much of a cheap move. And we keep doing it over and over. Every time we drop, we find the bottom. Leverage bulls go crazy, create a massive money pile underneath price. Price breaks out slowly because we have no volume, and then naturally just rolls over and clears liquidity. We keep doing the same shit over and over. The problem is they grab it all and then it refills. There is no grab it all and then goes up until bulls stop being this aggressive. Right? This drop here was the same shit. This shit was full of liquidity. Price came down and grabbed it all. We had no liquidity underneath us left at all. And then during this uptick, we've built all of this liquidity here. Right? Same thing that happened here. We came, we cleared all that liquidation, but we caught, and then we build liquidity underneath, and then we swept it. Right? Same thing that we did 3 days ago. When we were at 79. Right? Had that big drop that came down from that bull flag. Right? We called that massive drop that night. Cleared all that liquidity to the bottom, had a nice reaction. But by the time we were up here, we had already built up so many liquidations that we just swept again. No, I don't have a stop loss right now. I'm just going to DCA into a drop until we break support like I told y'all. We're on macro support, so Any move down into this, I'm just adding to my Bitcoin position. I'm barely bullish, yo. Barely, like BEARLY, barely bullish. I'm bullish, but fully aware that we're in a bear market and I'm playing a counter trend rally, right? Or I'm trying to catch a falling knife to play a counter trend rally. Very short term bullish, mid to long term bearish. The trade I want is this. The trade I want is a move up to clear liquidations and close the CME gap on both Ethereum and Bitcoin. Short squeeze to CME. And I'm willing to keep feeding that trade until we break macro support. Right? So as long as we're above macro support and our short-term time frame looks like this, right? Then that's my trade. And if we break macro support, I just take the L. Right? The bottom price of the support is 68677. It's basically our all-time high. You can call it 6.9 just to have it even. Right? The support is made from our last all-time high, the high that we hit when we broke all-time highs the second time. So from that all-time high, the last all-time high, that range has all of these lower highs here. It has that retest of support, right? And then the 200 EMA is basically its bottom. But that 200 EMA will move up. And this is what I'm betting on here. If we were back during the last bear market, this was the low, right? That's the macro support. That is the same as this. We broke the 50 on the 2 week. When we broke that 50 on the 2 week, we came down to that macro support. And this is what that price action looked like. This is the daily chart. Right? So we didn't break the macro support right away, as you shouldn't, right? Consolidated, had a bit of a run up, and then it rolled over as you tested the 50. That move from the bottom to the top was 23%. If we held here, went sideways, and pushed 23%, we would be in the middle of the CME gap. I'm just playing historical precedents and structure. No, we can't count on the 3-day up, midweek reversal. We can't count on any of that off of this weekend trap. We have to wait for a new weekend trap and then see if market makers in control or not. No problem, Kat. Again, this is just how I'm playing this next sort of trade, right? Understanding fully that we are in a bear market and this is the overall direction of price for the next 7 months. Right. Definitely not financial advice. I mean, again, like the same, I'll say the same thing I said when we were at our relief rally point, right, which was here. We came down and we hit that 2-week 50 EMA. And I said, from here, we'll have a relief rally, right, that either takes us up to that weekly 50 EMA, which is where we hit, or the wick support or the body support, right? But the reason that I had high conviction in that trade was because we were at support, right? We hit that 2-week. We know how the 2-week acts in the past, right? We've seen that we go through multi-month consolidation once we're at that level, and out of that comes the dead cat bounce that retests the 50. The bounce comes up, retests the 50, rolls over. So, yeah. Basically, we're here. There's certain rules that I use to get in the trades that are automatic for me. Opening under CME is an automatic trade for me. Being at macro support with high levels of FUD, right? Both of those have to be together. Macro support, we're right where structure breaks on the weekly right now. Max levels of FUD, Epstein created Bitcoin. Fill in the blank here. Like, how much FUD do you want? With this massive amounts of FUD right now. So for me, that trade is automatic, right? I have to buy fear. I've learned through experience that I regret not buying fear more than otherwise. But that doesn't mean we do it stupidly, right? When you're going to buy the fear, you do it with really, really, really tight sort of risk metrics. Yeah, I agree, Rec. I keep thinking back to the Bitcoin conference when BlackRock was on stage and all of these Bitcoin maxis were standing on their feet, clapping, just basically glazing the monster that they fought in the beginning to create Bitcoin to get away from. And they welcomed them in with like open arms. Heroes welcome, if you will. Shit like that makes me hope Satoshi is dead, so he didn't have to live to see that shit. But either way, it's a success. right? The idea became such a success that even those that it was created to circumvent had to give in to the idea. Yeah, Bucks is the worst. Because, like, you're scared to buy, and I get it, you know, trust me, I get it. But then, so then you don't buy, and then price goes up, and then you're scared to buy because price is going up, and you know that if you buy, and you like wait a couple days for it to retrace, and it doesn't retrace, and then by the time you finally do decide to buy, bang. So I sort of avoid all of that shit by just buying when it's spooky, setting tight stops. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm out. And then while everybody else is trying to figure out a good place to get in, I'm trying to figure out a good place to get rid of my bags. If they own it all, that just means that the circulating supply becomes more valuable. It's not a problem if you self-custody. It's a problem if you overlook self-custody and then we get to a point where the only thing you're able to own is like a paper Bitcoin, and it's going to be like, it's literally like silver right now, right? You can buy paper Bitcoin, you can go buy paper ETF, right? A Bitcoin you don't own, a Bitcoin that you can't take delivery on, or you can self-custody your Bitcoin. And whatever shenanigans they pull on pricing that wrecks their pricing structure the same way that silver paper is getting, or that paper silver is getting demolished right now, then you'll be holding the real thing in self-custody, you know? It won't be an IOU. Right now, Mendy, on Bitcoin, I'm between type 1 and type 2. But like I said, I'm willing to add to this position. So I'm not going to stop out of it. I want to see what UK has in store. Yeah, I don't got my phone on me. Let me check. $70375. I was a little bit late on my type 2 entry. Tad a bit. It's basically just a hair underneath that W invalidation. My bad, just getting back to a DM. Came back inside that flag, so we've invalidated that break at least temporarily. Nah, not too far off anymore at all, Sample. I mean, it's too far for us to keep dumping at this pace, right? Something's got to give. We're gonna have to slow down. We're gonna need to have some consolidation for a couple months. Where that happens is the question, right? But we'll go way lower than those targets if we continue to drop at this speed for that long. It just doesn't make sense to do that. The trick is when that time does come and that relief rally comes and actually sticks, that we do not fall in love with the idea of a super cycle or some crazy shit, because trust me, on Twitter, they're going to come out of the closet. They're going to be all over the place. See, I told you ISM's going up, 5-year bull market, all of that shit's going to get revived. And if you're not careful, you're going to fall into that trap. Just my opinion. This is a decent push here in UK. Coming into the UK, first UK candle. I'll be right here. That's one thing I could tell you for sure. Whatever they try to pull, I'll be here. Call their asses out. Or get wrecked with you. One of the two. One of the two. Alright, let's babysit our little uptrend here. A little baby uptrend. If we break this and go, we're putting in a W pattern on the 15-minute. Just fractaling from that 1 minute, 5 minute to the 15. Yeah, all of this shit looks weak. Well, I said the price has to prove it. Nah, there was no real blow off top. There was no parabolic move. Right? It was just barely a fresh high that didn't sustain itself. No real surge through price discovery. But to be fair, they shut down the government on us right when we broke all-time highs, y'all. We can't forget that. The blame has to be put at the root cause. And we went through a month of basically, not even a month, 40-something days of zero to no liquidity. Right at the tops when we needed it the most. Not that anybody owes us anything, but you know what I mean? Is what it is. Look at this shit. Just on this run up, look at how many bulls jumped in front of the tracks. In the last 10-15 minutes since we talked about it.
Yeah, but just the fact that at Bitcoin this low of a price and there's still no demand, like I thought people would rush in, but this is like barely anything. How does that guy Raul Paul do it, man? Like he
What is
kept saying banana
it?
zone is coming, banana zone is coming, and then keep saying hold and like is the best strategy. 10 years, 5 years. I mean, what are you doing all the time, man?
Yeah.
I mean, people flip flop in this business like at the drop of a hat, man.
Yeah, people, I think what happens is that your name gets attached to your position, and then, like, I don't know. I think that's when the influencer shit sort of backfires. Like, it's okay to change your mind when you see new data, right? But just because you have the money to hold through a bear market if you have to, doesn't mean, and I get it, everybody's grown, right? You don't have a responsibility for what anybody else does, but I don't know how they don't feel at least a little bit responsible to take other people's situations into consideration, you know? Not everybody has $1 billion to wait for your banana zone. And he's not wrong, right? All of those things should have happened. But we know enough now to know why it didn't. I just don't understand why that doesn't mean anything to him.
It's just scary. I mean, and especially since I mean, I think crypto is probably one of the only places where the people that come in are so like not educated at all in anything. In terms of like, trading or whatever. It's just the lure of greed or hearing it from other people or things around that.
Yeah.
Like you don't hear of people hearing Tesla went 5x and then, people jumping in to buy everything in stocks. That way, Ben Cowen has stayed like a little bit more respectful overall.
You just can't be afraid to admit when you're wrong, man. Listen, whether you admit it or not, people know. You know what I mean? Whether you admit you're wrong or not, people see it and they realize it, and you just look crazy for sticking to your guns when, unless he really believe, he might just really believe it though. If he's really convinced and he's, has the highest conviction, like me, I could have some crazy ass thought. But if I have like super, super high conviction in that, then I don't feel like I'm wrecking people by telling them, right? I feel like I'm telling them something that they don't realize without me. But I don't know. That's the problem. We never know when somebody's being like intellectually dishonest or if they really believe what they're saying.
That's even more scary if he believes that. And I mean, I don't know if it's scary or actually, he's being it's just too messed up, man. Like the guy who kept saying, don't F it up, actually F'd it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
mean,
Ironic.
I think it all comes down to your time frame. You know, people that got Bitcoin when it was ridiculously cheap, if they would have just held, from whatever 3 cycles ago, they would have been called stupid, not selling at the top of the first or the second. But again, I think it all comes down to your time frame. Now, holding altcoins cycle over cycle, that will get you wrecked more likely than not, because a lot of times they don't, they have 1 or 2 good cycles and then, they're no good no more. But with Bitcoin or ETH or whatever, I believe that maybe even sold, but the rest not likely. However, again, I think it comes down to your time frame, especially with Bitcoin.
Yeah, but he kept saying this last 2 years back. I mean, if like, or at least, he kept showing that M2 chart or whatever, some chart, and that showed a banana kind of a rise and also and everything. And he said, don't F it up. And, just, I
Oh,
mean,
I get it. I
at
get
the
it.
end of the day, I can always say, yeah, hold on to any time frame. Like, you hold on for life and you'll be rich. I mean, if you talk like that, it's very strange.
Yeah, well, I think it's more like clickbait with that guy. I'm just saying, whatever the thought came in, and I just wanted to air it out a little. Yeah, again, Bitcoin, if you hold it for 5 years, chances are you're going to be up, or more than likely. But again, these other coins, not so much.
That's exactly the kind of thing that everybody should be saying, or at least morally. It's not like it's a job, but like how Dbloc says, like, Bitcoin is the only thing, or like Ben Cohen says, Bitcoin is the only thing, everything else is shit. I mean, it's strange. The other guys will say it's shit, but at the same time say, oh, listen, I got into this just for fun's sake. I'm putting 5% of mine for fun. But that 5% is where people think, oh, this is the only money we have which can change our lives. Because Bitcoin is already at this higher price or whatever, and it won't have that many
Yeah.
X's.
I think Dbloc's a more honest. Well, again, I believe him to be more honest. These other guys, I think, when they have so many followings, I think they're more pumping their bags, especially with, certain of the things that they're suggesting, like, again, I think Sui's gonna do good. I think Soul's gonna do good. But, again, I think they're, sticking to their guns and don't want to admit that they're wrong. And again, maybe they're selling into these pumps now, and they're saying buy, buy, buy. But again, I don't know these other guys like we know Dbloc, whatever the amount of time I spent on this channel. But he always gives you like, listen, this is what I'm doing, and the same for everyone. He always gives like the safety clause, which is again respectable, honorable thing to do when talking about these sketchy situations that we find ourselves in. But again, 4 year the 4 year cycle, and again, the M2 situation, coming out of the QT and going into that, there's a lot of question marks as to when the money starts printing. But also you have we had the last time it started, it was right after COVID, which was all new pandemic, new era of money printing and whatever. And to think that the way that the money printer goes this time compared to last time and how the market reacts, there's a lot of question marks in there as to how it reacts. I mean, I believe that we printed more at COVID since like, whatever, way, way before. And, the reaction was huge. If the money starts printing, they can only inflate our dollar so much until no one wants to buy our bonds. So the likeliness of printing the way that they printed the last time the money printer came on, I think is going to be lackluster. But again, I'm nobody to take advice from. Just
Yeah, but in hindsight, everybody knows that right now, right? But did anybody talk about this before? Everybody was talking about like, oh, altcoins and whatever. I mean, ETH to 10K and Bitcoin to whatever, and Sui to like $15 or $10. Or I mean, everybody was wrong. Everybody was wrong, and even Sui, like, I mean, right now we all know why and what. It's easy to analyze that now. But most of the people are down on everything, yeah. Except, even Bitcoin holders must be down, right?
The people that didn't respect the rotation when teaching about altcoins to people really wrecked everybody that was underneath them. Telling them to, top 10 altcoins to buy on this dip or that dip without paying any attention to the rotation at all. It was clear that the money hadn't rotated out of Ethereum into anything but Bitcoin, except for small pops here and there.
I think a lot of those people that were doing the top 10 and bodies now are more focused on being an influencer than building a name in financial, whatever, being wise in finances and giving good advice. I think it's more influencer trophy that they're looking for. And again, probably comes with that influencer and the amount of people that follow, like Banter and all them guys. I think it's more about pumping bags and making money for themselves than being right in the long haul. There's a
Yeah.
lot of effery going on, and I'm sure these guys, they make off on certain things when you say something's gonna explode, and then they copped it 2 weeks before, and then they say that, and I'm sure that it affects the bags that they're holding. But again, like you talk about, oh, for this, you get into my class for this price, base price, and you get it now. If you pay the premium, we'll give it to you a week before.
Yeah,
But if
yeah,
you're
yeah.
in my tight circle, we'll do it 3 weeks when we all buy. Again,
The
it's
inner circle, you know.
yeah. Again, I look at this stuff and whatever. I see enough that I feel like I have an opinion now, but really all that was brought to by your wise remarks, and I give a lot to you, Dbloc. You definitely gave me a view on this, and I don't think I'm wrong when I say the things that I say. In the past, I just was lost in the dark. But
I
with this, we get
appreciate
some
it,
price
man.
action.
That's the goal,
Hopefully, we
man.
can get a reversal.
You have any idea how crazy this group's gonna be after a couple cycles? Like when somebody new comes into this group, the depth of experience that we're gonna have in here is like, that's the cool part.
I hear you, man. And right from the beginning, a long time ago, I've been with you probably like 5 years now. You were just saying how, you're not trying to give a signals group, you're trying to give people the understanding on how to, whatever, view things and see when something's exciting. And now you have, whatever, a group of people that bring wise intel to the group. Oh, look at this. This is going on. You know what I'm saying? So you have a
Exactly.
whole bunch of people out there to have a bunch of eyes on different assets, and when something's acting, whatever abnormal or in, beneficial circumstances, it's brought to the group, and people, been listening and understand the TA that people speak. Certain people, have a little weight when they speak. Me, I'm just joining into the conversation, but certain people talk, and whatever. It makes you want to open the chart and look at what they're talking about, as opposed to just going and clicking on some of these crypto guys throwing intel out there that
Yeah.
is untrustworthy. But definitely, yeah, this group going to be something.
All right, so we fractaled into that larger W. We're starting to break out of that now. We go to the 15-minute. Here. Right, so same old measured move from the prior W, but we've expanded it. Slowly building structure. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. That's the old measured move. We pull a new one. That break there, so that. Second, my LCD needs to fix this line. I still wrong, but I'll fix it in a minute.
That Alex Becker guy is another joker, man. 1 million followers. He's called for all season 42 times. Somebody put a tweet. He only had 2 all seasons.
Have you seen anybody do the videos where they take all of the influencers' calls for the bull market and sort of go through them? There's been like 3 or 4 people that have done that. They've taken everybody's like public calls, and then they show you like all the Beckers and the Rands and all of these guys.
Really? There are people like that?
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. They'll go through it and basically just expose, like, look, you know, if you traded this portfolio, you'd be down so and so percent.
Yeah, if you search something like top worst influences and their calls or something like that, I've seen a couple people make videos.
Yeah.
But I personally just stayed away from the noise. I'm a dedicated to this channel. But yeah, I seen some people saying like the worst influences to follow, and it's just too much noise, you know. Like you hear too many opinions, and you start whatever. I had to find discipline and build the confidence in in the choices that I make, and you know, I just had to slow it down and build confidence in my decisions. I was just gonna say that I was like looking at this price action and whatever an hour ago it looked like we were breaking down from this big bull flag and we are gonna have another, you know, big rundown to clear the VIX. And I'm like, man, I gotta switch up. I'm gonna jump on for sure. And then sometimes I wait too long for my entry because I want more confluence or whatever. I want to make sure that it's actually going to make the move that we were going to make. And we had this bull flag, bear channel breaking down, and it looked like it was ready to go. And I was like, let me just wait one more second. And I'm happy that I did because I would have showed it at the absolute first point because, you know, it's like we dropped all this and then I seen this big, big measured move to go further down. And luckily I held out, but usually it bites me in the butt because I wait and wait and wait, and then I get a bad entry, and I'm like, damn, right back to my entry. But again, it's learning to pick better trades and not just whatever, you know, definitely not waiting until the end to open a short. Or, again, picking better trades and not just letting the market chew me up.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I've learned more on Dbloc's channel than anywhere in that sense. Like, you know, at least you get the education and everything, man.
Rad, 1 million subs. It depends. It depends if the subs are watching. But if you got 1 million subs, you're not far off. Probably like 30 to 40K a month, something like that. If you have an active, like super active community. But where he's really making his money is in sponsorships.
I'm sure he has a pull on the market too when he says something's going to go up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that the price action, he makes more on that.
That's why you get to charge more for the inner circle.
Again, it's a pyramid scam, but I'm sure the ones at the top are making good on it.
Like, we have Discord fee, right? But there's nothing that I talk about in Discord or that I would talk about to the Discord that I wouldn't say to YouTube. Like, that whole idea of, like, how does that even work, right? Like, let's say somebody jumps into YouTube and asks me a question. I'm like, you got to be part of the inner circle to get that sauce. Like, can you imagine me even saying that shit out loud? Nope, sorry, I can't answer that question. You're not in the inner group. Like, what? That just gatekeeping is nasty work, bro. The idea of gatekeeping knowledge to me.
I mean, there are times you actually muted Discord to talk to YouTube.
Yeah, true.
No, you seem to be an honest guy, man, and definitely approve of your message. And paying the $50 to have access to your bots and Cypher School, you know, I mean, I only
Yeah.
have good expectations for it, but the
Yeah,
bot
it's gonna be cool.
is really good because it's just, you know, good information at ease. You know, it just cuts your research time down, which, you know, I just started using. But yeah, for anyone that didn't get in, I suggest you do. It's it's definitely an investment to the good people, good community, and a wise choice compared to all these other pay for my internet channel. Definitely I've been around a
Helps.
long time, and this guy never
Definitely.
switched up on us.
Definitely helps keep the channel alive too. The YouTube memberships do a lot for that too. Because AdSense really doesn't pay shit on YouTube. The money that comes in from the channel really comes in from the subscribers. And they're the ones that make this feasible. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to be extractionary, but it has to make sense too. And that helps a lot. YouTube be killing it.
I mean, if you can build a following here, which again, you have great whatever personality or whatever, but if you got to that unboxing status where you can write off watches as a business expense, and that would be crazy, man. And I wish the best for you with that.
That would be
That
sick.
would be crazy.
I'll be honest with you, even just for those perks is worth it. You know what I mean? Like, if I really wanted to go crazy, it'd be wardrobe, you know, everything. But I mean, those are the rules. And we play by the rules because we're, you know, we're good citizens, and the rules say if it's for business, then you're good. But yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
cool.
I never really looked at it like this, but earlier I had the YouTube chat up. Well, I still have it up, but I was reading it, and someone was like, "Damn, Dbloc, you should start a podcast because you had whatever that lady on earlier."
Mm-hmm.
And it was entertaining. It was you know, a little funny talking about the chat chewing them up in the past, you know, the names and all that stuff. And it was the first time I seen it like that. Like, you know, you should have guests on, and it would be entertaining, and it actually, you know, it is. And
Yeah. We got to get up in size, and we've got to make it to where these people will see a benefit to come talk to us, which is really what it is, right? What they want to
not
see is
pay.
like an active community that they can get a couple subs from, and then they'll be willing to collab.
Yeah. But yeah, big up, man. You're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Aeon. Damn, $200 a month to listen to Rand backstage. Yeah, I would give you guys the most amazing TA in the world for $200 a month per person. Sheesh. Yummy. Remember when people were getting gummy tattoos for free gummy airdrop? 2025 was a wild place. We made good money off of gummy. We just basically farmed it, got the like 200, 300 free bucks or whatever it was. Got out of there. I think it maybe ran up to about $400, the price of the airdrop. before it completely went to shit. The
I
new thing they're
overheard a
doing now
conversation.
are the bots. The trading bots on all of the big channels. Like, not only is it an exchange, not only is it an exchange referral, right? Because the bot is on its own exchange, but you get the transaction volume of all the bot transactions with everybody following your bots. Times that 1 million subscribers. They don't need to trade. I look at some of these shows. I'm not gonna lie, right? I watch some of these morning shows sometimes when I'm on the way to sleep, and I'm like, damn. Like, I know they got a whole team. You know what I mean? Like, there's a whole team of researchers. Like, everything's all nice and organized. And then they do the 3-hour morning show, and then they go and they do the 3 appearances on their sister channels, you know, thing, and then they do a live on Twitter. And I'm watching this shit, and I'm like, when does the trading happen? Like, when are you guys trading? Because I see a full day of influencer obligations. You know what I mean? And I don't see how you have any time in the day to do all that plus actively trade. Somebody's lying.
I think it all comes down to the inner circle is so powerful. But there was something that I overheard on the channel, whatever, a logic to why certain memes or whatever memes in general kind of move before the market. Do you recall any of that conversation and what made sense about it? Because someone said something and it made sense, and
I really
when I
don't
looked
recall
into
the time you were talking about.
it was someone's logic on why, you know, whatever some of the more mindshare of memes move before Bitcoin, or a little before Bitcoin, and it was something about the way money moves or something. But yeah, whatever. It's just something I've been racking my brain trying to remember because it made sense, and then I look back to whatever, I don't know, but it was just some interesting information on why certain mind share of the memes tend to front run Bitcoin, and it was just like something about the way money moves, or
Nah, I wish I remembered. I can't recall the conversation. Oh, you saw it, H? Yeah, that shit is funny. It's like being in my house.